Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for Wednesday, and we are beginning with a top story, and an awful one at that, out of Fayette County, Tennessee, about 45 minutes outside of Memphis, where two students were found dead in a school parking lot just hours before graduation. And right now, investigators say it is due to a possible drug overdose. It's something that is unfathomable. I can't imagine what friends at Fayette Ware are going through this morning. We have Action News 5's Sydney Gray live at Fayette Ware Comprehensive High School in Somerville with what we know about this investigation. Sydney, good morning.
Hey there, Andrew. Good morning to you. So, as you mentioned, we're here at Fayette Ware Comprehensive High School this morning. You can hear the cars passing by. The school buses have been passing by for the past hour now as folks get ready to start their day and the kids are coming to school. It's going to be a very, very difficult day for the people in this area, for the students, for the families, for everyone. So, just to kind of give you an idea of what exactly happened, we know that investigators say that two girls, they were teenage girls, found in the school's parking lot inside of a car, dead yesterday evening. We don't know exactly what drugs investigators say they believe these girls were on. However, we know that two of them died. One other girl was also found, and she had to be taken to the hospital in critical condition. We know at this time that teenage girl, she has been upgraded to stable condition. That is from the Fayette County Sheriff's Office. And so we also know that this happened, as you mentioned, Andrew, just hours before the graduation, and that is a really, really heartbreaking detail to bring to you this morning. I was sitting here thinking about how this must be impacting the students and really the parents. It's a phone call no parent really wants to get, but we know that the girls are between the ages of 16 and 17 years old. Now, that ceremony, it did go on as planned yesterday evening. They started off acknowledging what had happened. Then they held a moment of silence for the girls in remembrance of the two young girls who passed away yesterday. We did hear from the Fayette County Sheriff's Office. He said it's going to be a very difficult situation for the entire community. He emphasized how small and close-knit this community is, even saying that many of the students in this area, they know each other. Families know each other. It is very, very close in this area. So it is going to be a very difficult few days, few weeks, really probably a difficult summer for a lot of the students and staff who work and attend this school in particular. It's a story that we'll continue following, of course. One other note is that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is going to be working on this case. The last day of school is set for May 23rd, so lots of prayers and thoughts going out to the families of those impacted. I'm live here in Fayette County. Sydney Gray, back to you, Andrew.
Sydney, I just wanted to ask before we let you go, is there anything you're hearing from a number of different parents or students? I know that you've been out there all morning long. You've seen a number of cars kind of go beyond where you are standing right there. Has anyone reached out to you just to offer any kind of comment?
Not just yet, Andrew. I think this is still very, very fresh. You know, this happened just last night. We're coming off of a graduation, and really, folks aren't saying a whole lot. We're getting lots of eyes. People want to know what's going on. Obviously, people have questions. And as I mentioned earlier on the morning show, there's a Facebook post by the school district, and people just offering their condolences, their prayers. A lot of people just in shock still by what happened, and it's barely been 24 hours. So nothing just yet, but that is definitely to be expected, and we'll continue to try to talk to people as we're out here in Fayette County.
Okay, Sydney Gray reporting live for us in Fayette County. Thanks so much. Now I want to go to downtown Memphis, where we have Sydney Hawkins live for us because we are hearing from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver on the whole Ja Morant second video showing him with a gun in a car on Instagram Live. Sydney, tell us a little bit more about Adam Silver's comments. It sounds like many of us in Grizz Nation just very disappointed by this whole situation happening yet again.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Adam Silver is sharing that same sentiment that many of us, as well as people who are not Grizzlies fans, just disappointed in Ja Morant. This is the second time that this Similar situation involving a handgun. Ja Morant Instagram Live. It's happened in just a span of months. So Adam Silver recognizing that. He's also recognizing the danger of that situation, saying that Ja Morant could have injured himself, someone else, and he's also publicly putting a dangerous weapon on display when he has a huge fan base.
Yeah, we got the statement up here where Adam Silver said he could have injured, maimed, killed himself, someone else with an act like that. Also the acknowledgement that he's a star. He has an incredibly huge following, and it goes on to say, and my concern, and I thought he shared with me that millions of, not tens of millions of kids globally would see him as having done something that was celebrating in a way that act using a firearm in that fashion. Tell us a little bit more about Ja Morant's statement, Cindy.
Yeah, Ja Morant, in a similar fashion, also recognized that disappointment that a lot of people have. He first recognized the disappointment in his supporters, saying that he understands that he made a similar mistake. He also says that he understands that he has a lot of work to do. We know back in March when this incident happened, a similar incident happened, Ja Morant went down to Florida and received counseling, saying that he learned some better ways to manage his stress, because he said he was under a lot of pressure when that first incident happened. So he says this is a journey, and he, in short, is saying that he is a work in progress.
Right, so we have it up there on the screen. I know I've disappointed a lot of people have supported me. This is a journey. I recognize there's more work to do. My words may not mean much right now, but I take full accountability for my actions. I'm committed to continuing to work on myself. You know, I said it on the morning broadcast this morning, Sydney, that, you know, right now I think most people look at his words as not meaning all that much. There needs to be significant actions, because we're talking about in 2 months, the exact same thing essentially has happened, where he's on Instagram Live and he shows a gun, and right now words appear to be cheap. Hopefully he can get himself together and whatever that means, and going forward. Has there been any comments from some of the people that you've seen, maybe perhaps reaching out to you downtown there, or what you've seen online?
It has been a pretty quiet here at FedEx Forum. It's been a quiet morning here at FedEx Forum this morning, but of course, this has been a viral social media post, so a lot of people just publicly expressing their disapproval of this. I think it would be a little different if this was the first incident that happened, but it's coming. March was not that long ago, and it's, again, a similar situation. Ja Morant, a handgun, Instagram Live, and we know that Ja Morant was suspended from 8 NBA games, some of those games really close to the NBA playoffs. It cost the Grizzlies, as Ja Morant is a superstar, a point guard with the Grizzlies. So a lot of people really thought that he did the work in Florida to help manage his stress, and just sharing again that same sentiment of how disappointing it is to be in the same situation again just months later.
Yeah, and you know, in Sydney, we are still waiting to see what the NBA does, if anything, with regards to a suspension for next season, which is certainly possible, and something that could happen in all this. Sydney Hawkins reporting live for us downtown outside FedEx Forum. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Okay, so now let's take a live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. A lot of cloud cover. We had some heavy storms yesterday. Man, oh man, did the rain come down fast and furious, certainly across Memphis and the Mid-South. We are talking cooler temperatures and certainly milder conditions out there. There's another live look from our High Five camera downtown. It's cloudy out there, but it's expected to be warmer today. We're expecting temperatures around 80, and it's going to feel much better because it's not going to be as muggy. We'll have meteorologist Spencer Denton giving us a full forecast coming up later on Action News 5's digital desk. I want to go right now and talk about an ordinance that could give Memphis voters the chance to change laws on handgun permits, assault weapons, and red flag laws. Okay, so it has to make it through 3 readings and votes in council before it's put on the ballot. The first topic would challenge the state's permitless carry law and would require everyone with a gun in Memphis to have a permit. It would also require people who travel with weapons to have them secured in a lockbox. And the second question, voters would decide on red flag laws, which would take firearms away from individuals deemed a risk to themselves or others. The final referendum, the most controversial, would ban all future sales of assault-style weapons in the city of Memphis. Okay, let's talk about this. There are no change of plea for former Germantown State Senator Brian Kelsey. He pleaded guilty back in November to violating campaign finance laws and conspiracy to defraud the Federal Election Commission when he campaigned for Congress back in 2016. He withdrew. He appeared in court and withdrew that guilty plea, but a judge denied his request. His sentencing date now set for July. He faces a maximum of 5 years in prison on each account. Okay, mold issues still an issue with Weaver and Richland Elementary Schools in West Memphis, Arkansas. Well, last night the board refused to make any kind of action. They tabled it. The board was divided 3-3. One member who would have made it who have broken the tie was absent, so there was no progress made on the mold or removal of anything else, and it has been tabled for later.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and I've been looking forward to doing this interview. One of my favorite people to talk to, commercial appeal food reporter Jennifer Chandler, joining us back here on the digital desk after some international travels. Jennifer, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah, I've been excited. Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and I've been looking forward to doing this interview. One of my favorite people to talk to, commercial appeal food reporter Jennifer Chandler, joining us back here on the digital desk after some international travels. Jennifer, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah, I've been excited. Obviously, I follow you on Instagram, so I've seen a lot about your travels, but kind of share with people what you've been up to.
So I just got back Sunday, so I still have a little jet lag, but I'm moving forward. My daughter, my youngest daughter, goes to University of Tennessee, and she had the opportunity to study abroad this past semester in London. And mom over here couldn't let her go over there without me checking on her at least once. So I went to the end of her program, and we spent I guess 4 or 5 days in London, and I let her show me London through her eyes after having lived there for 4 or 5 months, and just had an amazing time. We were there right before the coronation, so we were able to see there are all these flags up everywhere, and on the last day we're there on Sunday, which was not quite, just a little under a week away from the coronation. We actually walked what would have been the parade route, and we walked from Westminster and Big Ben and saw all of those touristy things. And then we walked up to Buckingham Palace, and I kept looking around, and I saw all the tents, the media tents set up, and I just couldn't find one for the commercial appeal or Channel 5 News. I was very disappointed that they didn't have a spot for us there.
What were they thinking? Don't they?
I mean, I don't know. But I want to tell you, people always talk about London, and they talk about how the food is not good. And I have to tell you, I ate so well when we were in London. I mean, I was blown away about the food. I mean, obviously, I started with one of the first nights I was there, I had traditional fish and chips, but it was so much better than I remembered. There's now fish and chips restaurants. And when I with this dish, I was drinking a gin and tonic. And I mean, it was so much fun. We also went to Borough Market, which if you've never been, it is a must stop for anyone going to London. It is a kind of like a farmer's market restaurant court outside that's been there for, gosh, I should have looked up this beforehand, but I mean, I think it's over 100 years old, and if not longer, and just amazing food. And it was strawberry season, and so we were able to get these strawberries that they were just the juiciest, most fabulous strawberries you've ever had in your life. And to take it over the top, they serve them with milk chocolate all over them, and that was such a fun thing. And there's a great grilled cheese sandwich over there. It's called a Toasty, and I'm going to completely butcher the name of this spot, but it's like Capon something. Just Google the famous Toasty at Borough Market, and was the best grilled cheese sandwich I had ever had in my entire life. It was so good.
Yeah, I mean, and the strawberries, you were talking about it being strawberry season. I know, so I went and visited my brother in Asia, and just some of the fruit and fresh vegetables there was just out of this world. So I can only imagine. You were talking about the juiciness of the strawberries, it being strawberry season and all of that. So I bet it was delicious. And with that chocolate on top of it, taking it over the top.
Good. So good. And we also did, I mean, I had to, Sarah was over there on a college budget. So they did a ton of fun things and they had a great time, but they didn't do some of the traditional, they're almost kind of touristy things that you do. So when Mom came over, I definitely booked us a high tea. One of my favorites, and I had done this before a number of years ago, was at Brown's Hotel, which again is an historic hotel. And they pull out all the stops and the scones and the clotted cream and then the desserts. It was just, it was magic and it was perfect. And this is an interesting tidbit that I didn't know. So my daughter has a nut allergy. So I let them know ahead of time. So they made some special things for her that had no nuts. And I randomly asked, I said, well, with allergies, you guys were so good with this. What if you're gluten-free? Can you do high tea? Because it was literally, we were mini sandwiches and we were scones and we were desserts. And at the Brown Hotel, they said that they can, if you give them advance notice, they can make, I think, everything but the scones gluten-free for you. So if you're traveling and you have some type of food allergies or such, let them know ahead of time and you can take care of it.
That's impressive. That's really cool that they can accommodate for something like that. And of course, if you're in London, you have to do the tea, the high tea. So it was a must do. And I love that, you got to experience London kind of from your daughter's perspective too. She'd been kind of exploring the area, and so you were able to get to see some of the extra nooks and crannies and that sort of thing. Have you ever been to London before, or was this kind of your first time?
No, I had been to London before, and this was so much fun because when I was in college, I did a semester abroad in England. I was actually at Oxford, but we would go to London a lot. So I've been to London and, a number of times, but it was interesting to see how her experience was different than mine was 30 years ago, plus. But it was kind of fun to do. But one of the things that I think I sent you a picture, I don't know if it came through, but was the Lamb and the Flag, which was, this was a cool pub. You had to do, we lucked out with gorgeous weather most of the time we were there. And on the Saturday afternoon, it was just beautiful. And in Covent Garden, there is this pub there that Charles Dickens used to hang out at. So we went and had a pint there and had that kind of experience. So it was just a really great London trip. And then we couldn't stop there. Sarah never really did Eastern Europe. So we went to Austria and Germany for the second week and just had a ball in Vienna. We saw lots of museums. We learned all about Empress Sisi and the history there. We went to an opera at the famous Venice Opera House, which you can get cheap seats the day of that are I think they were 15 euros. So that's a little, maybe $17, $18. It's standing room, but you're literally front and center. It was the most amazing seats ever. So if you're going, remember that instead of spending $200 or $300 on a ticket, you can get a really cheap one the day of. But we ate Wiener Schnitzel. We ate and I don't know how to pronounce it, but they have a boiled beef dish that's famous in Austria. We went to Hotel Soccer and had the famous soccer tort. We were normally splitting desserts, but we each got our own that day. And I learned out that our Hotel Bristol across the street, actually served the original soccer tort there at their bar. So I had it 2 days in a row. The Austrians have a tradition that I really want to keep going, which is every afternoon you have a coffee and a dessert. So we did the soccer tort one day for that. We did apple strudel one day for that. It was really, really good. And after we left Venice, we went to Salzburg, which is the most idyllic little town I've ever been to. We did the Sound of Music tour. We got to see all the sights from the movie. We went to Mozart's birthplace. It was just really, really great. And it was just, we had a ball. And one of the things I had to laugh is that we also went to, when we were in Munich, we went to the Hofbrauhaus, which the last time I had been there, I was 20 and studying abroad, just like Sarah was. So maybe she'll take her, her daughter or son there, you know, a few years from now when they turn 20 and get a chance to be over there. But one of the things that we did try, that I would not have tried it, but Conrad Spitzhart is the executive pastry chef at the Peabody Hotel, and he's Austrian. And I asked him for suggestions on what to eat and, you know, any place to go. And one of the things he said is try the pork knuckle. And I was like, what? And I was like, I don't know about this. But we took his advice. We went to the restaurant that he recommended, which was called, like, again, my German is terrible, like Melker Stiftsteller. It was in Vienna. And it was actually a very cool restaurant that it was in a wine cellar, that it was basically 1,000-year-old wine cellar. This dish was great. It's like they slow roast the pork knuckle, and you can see how big this piece of meat is. Those are the sausages that we had in Vienna too, the Wurstelstands, which there again, I was like, I don't know if I normally want to get a hot dog on the street stand. There was a big long line of this Wurstelstand that was in front of the Albertina Museum, and I looked it up and it said it was one of the best. We stood in line, and those were the best sausages I've ever eaten in my entire life. I mean, the big one that you see is, I don't remember the name, but it's a kind of a little bit of a spicy one that they actually take the bread and they hollow out the baguette and they put it in there. But the one that you see laying out that has like the leaves on it, that is called Bosna, and it is a white sausage, and they put like cilantro and a little bit of mustard, and then they put curry powder on it. And it was so good. Standing on the street eating this. But going back to the pork knuckle, try the pork knuckle. It is, if you go over there, it is great. And I think this is going to be the perfect segue into what we were really going to talk about on this, which is the Memphis and May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. One of the things that I sent a text to Conrad thanking him for the suggestion, and he goes, yep, us Austrians really know how to do pork. So that's one of the things that Austria has in common with Memphis, Tennessee. Their love of all things pork.
That's great. And of course, I know you had an article that dropped this morning, 9 things that you shouldn't miss at the Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. You want to go through some of those?
Yes. I will. It's one of those things that, you know, whether you're a tourist or a Memphian, it is so much fun to go down there and see the river. I'm so glad it's back on the river. And I can't wait to see the new park and how the layout is going to be. I was not in town last weekend for Music Fest, so I did not get to see that, but I've heard good things and I hear it's beautiful. So I'm so excited to go next week. But some of the things that I always like to tell people when you're planning when you're going to go is you might want to plan around some of these activities so that you can do more than just walking around and peeking at booths. So you can kind of see some of the fun. So the first thing is on Wednesday night is sauce wrestling. And if you've never seen the sauce wrestling, it's something that everyone should see at least once in their life because it is one of a kind. I mean, you have to be a member of a team to participate in this. And you basically do wrestling in a pit all covered in barbecue sauce. It is not something I would want to do, but it sure is fun to watch. And my advice is don't get too close if you have your favorite white shirt on, because that barbecue sauce, when they start wrestling around, goes flying everywhere. It's pretty crazy. We, one of our photographers one year went and did not know that. And then the next year when she went in like one of those like garbage bags that she covered herself so that her camera and everything stayed safe, because there was so much barbecue sauce over her the first time that she went. But that's a very fun thing to do, and that kind of kicks off everything on Wednesday night. Yeah. The last time I checked, the time wasn't officially announced, but it's usually around 6 o'clock. So that's a good time to go at 5, get your bearings, and then watch that, and then kind of delve into the fun of the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest.
I was looking at the picture of the commercial appeal. I was looking at the picture of the commercial appeal, and it looks like the people that participate take it very seriously. Like, it's no joke.
Oh, yeah, it's no joke. It's no joke. I actually think that some of these teams may hire some professional wrestlers to get involved in here. It's real wrestling. Yeah, it's something I would never jump in that pit with them ever. So one of the things that I think that people always ask too about when they go down to this event is, you can't eat the barbecue unless you know somebody in a team. You can't eat anything that's being served by the teams. So people are like, well, why do I want to go? And if I can't taste real barbecue? And so Memphis in May over the years has kind of figured out ways that you can have experiences that you can taste the barbecue. And one of them is their barbecue alley experience. And this is relatively new. I feel like it's definitely been within the past 5 years. And so what they do is they've invited restaurants and some teams, and they come and they basically set up almost like a food court within the park, and you can go through and you can taste World Championship barbecue, and it's a ticketed thing. It's it's on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm trying to see if I have the times written down on my piece of paper. I don't. It's $25 a ticket, and you can buy some online in advance, but you can also buy it there. And it's basically all you can eat barbecue. So that's one way that you can try barbecue. Another way, and this is something you do have to plan in advance, is the Kingsford Tour of Champions. And if you've not done this is one of my favorite activities to do at this event, at the barbecue cooking contest, but basically you sign up in advance. Tickets are $30 each. It's just on Thursdays and Fridays. And I think there are 3 different times a day. And what you do, it's an hour-and-a-half tour, and you go and you visit 3 different teams, and they pull out all the stops. They basically do what is similar to the presentation that they do at finals for the judges. So you kind of get to have that experience where they talk about, what makes either their shoulder or their ribs or their whole hog, what makes it special. They kind of show you about how they cook it. You see it on the pits. You get to meet these famous pit masters, because a lot of the people that participate in this are some of the top pit masters around the country. And the most important thing is you get to taste their World Championship barbecue specialties. So it's always a fun thing to do. And you do get to vote on your favorites. And that's actually an award at the end of the, I think they present it on Saturday, or they might present it on Friday night, is who is the fan favorite that participated in that tour. So that's a fun way to get to taste, and my favorite way to get to really experience and kind of understand what's going on at the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, which I always still want to call Barbecue Fest, which that's a long-term Memphian thing that we're not allowed to.
I'm used to
and what?
No, I was saying I'm used to calling it that too.
I know, it's a mouthful otherwise. But another cool way that you can kind of sometimes get to, I can't guarantee you'll get to try something on this one. I've had where people have maybe given you a taste of something before, but it's also very informational to understand kind of behind the scenes what these teams go through, is the Cooker Caravan. And this is actually a free tour that is given, and it's about an hour or so long, and they take you to various teams, and they talk about the latest in barbecue techniques and what they do and gear and things like that. So if you love to cook barbecue in your own backyard, or you just are curious about how people are making it, this is kind of a fun, easy thing that you don't necessarily have to plan in advance. I would, if you're thinking of doing it one afternoon and if the weather is beautiful and it looks like there are a lot of people in the park, is that you may want to go by the Cooker Caravan tent and go ahead and get yourself your ticket and signed up for the list for one of the tours that you wanted to do. But it's definitely another fun, interactive way to kind of really feel what the festival is, rather than just being a person, a sightseer and such. So moving on to activities, Miss Piggy Idol. Have you ever been to that?
No, I've never been, but it looks like it's quite the performance.
It is quite the performance. That's just a very good way to put that. It's one of my favorite things because it is so funny. I mean, these teams practice, for months getting ready to put on the best show that they can. And, it's usually guys dressed up as Miss Piggy. And it's just, I don't know. It is a barrel of laughs and a lot of fun. And it is traditionally on the Thursday night. Again, it'll start sometime around 6:30. And it's just a great way to kind of kick off the festivities of the night, because that's one of the things that happens at this event is when the sun goes down, it becomes a real big party. And both Sauce Wrestling and Miss Piggy Idol are fun ways to kind of like, okay, here I am, let's kick off this evening and do something crazy and watch this. And it kind of sets the tone. And one of the things that they do is, again, since it is such a party, there is live music every night after, starting around 7:00 or something like that, 7 or 7:30 on the stage. So you can see, look at the lineup this year. I think Al Capone and the Sugar Hill Gang are on May 18th. Cracker is on May 19th. And Nolan Taylor and Dale Watson will close out the contest on Saturday night, May 20th. So great live music to be had. So another thing that I love to do is one of the awards that's given every year is for the best booth. And so this is a great thing to do, is to walk along and just check out the booths, because again, these teams go all out about, the event and the festival and the theme and just, and so they're some crazy decorated booths that you'll see as you walk up and down the rows. And so definitely plan time to just kind of sightsee and check out all of the different booths. And this is an award that's given, and I think it's usually presented maybe on Friday night for the Best Booth Award. I'm really sad. One of the ones that always wins every year, Pork Illustrated, is not participating this year. And I'm very, very sad because they have won it several. I don't know if they won it last year, but they won it the year before. I mean, they just won it several years. And so I'm going to have to find some new favorite ones to do. There's somebody that does like the Game of Thrones. There's ones that have, I don't know. It's just crazy and fun to go watch and see with the booths. And that's a really good activity to do like in the afternoon before the sun goes down and check that out.
And of course, it's back on the river, so the sunset at night, gorgeous. That's
one of my things. That's what I was going to end with. The sunset on the river is definitely, if it were me, I would go at 4:30, 5 o'clock, get the lay of the lands, kind of walk around, see the booths, and then go see one of these activities that are going on. And then definitely make sure that you position yourself near the river to watch the sunset goes down, because it's so pretty and breathtaking down there. And the last thing I was going to say is Judging Day. A lot of people, for years, I didn't think, I'm not going to go to Judging Day. Why would I go to Judging Day? That's boring. All the parties are on, Thursday and Friday. But consider going on Judging Day if you're into barbecue, because, and if you do that, go in the morning, because that's when, it's very odd, because it's like the whole park is this party atmosphere, and it's loud and it's bustling on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday morning, there's like a hush all over the park. And that's when everyone gets down to business, because that's when the judging happens for the ribs, the shoulder, and the whole hog, which are the 3 serious categories that get you in running for the grand champion. And everyone gets down to business on those days. And it's interesting to see how serious they are. And then sometimes you can kind of peek and watch you, because there is on-site judging for all of those categories. So judges go into the tents and they get the whole presentation, kind of like I was talking about for the Kingsford Tour Champions that you would get, where they get this whole spiel on what makes their product so good and their dish so wonderful and what's special about their pig and how did they cook it. And you can kind of sometimes peek and see, because all the tents are open, and kind of watch what that's going on. And it's just kind of an interesting time to be there if you've never done it. It's not the party time for sure, but it's all about the barbecue on Saturday morning and Saturday early afternoon.
Down to business. Well, Jennifer, you always bring it every single time we chat with you. I appreciate it so much. I'm so glad you got to have some special memories with your daughter traveling abroad, and we'll see you next time, all right?
Okay, bye.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. According to some brand new data released by SEMrush, over the last 2 years, there has been a huge surge in Americans wanting to turn their passion projects into paychecks, their side hustles, into full-time money. And the data reveals that since January 2020, a 421% increase in searches for side hustles to make money. Now, we're about to talk to someone about this very issue, about how she turned her side hustle into a full-time job making 6 figures. Joining me now is Megan Overholt. And Megan, good morning. How are you?
Morning. It's Morgan, by the way, Morgan Overholt.
Morgan, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you joining
us. No problem.
So tell me about your story a little bit, because so many people, as you're right, so many people have decided, hey, what can I do as a side hustle to make full-time income?
Yeah, well, I was actually kind of the lucky one of the lucky ones, to be honest with you. I'm no stranger to reinventing myself. Back in 2017, I actually quit my full-time job in the normal corporate world back before it was popular. Essentially rage quit, had all the fun I could stand, got to do something else. But back then, all I really knew to turn to was freelance. And that was a lot better than what I was doing. Do not get me wrong, but the problem is that freelance is still inherently flawed, because it still requires that your butt is in that seat every single day, and that you're like on the clock, and you have deadlines to meet, you've got clients you need to reply to all the time. And it wasn't quite giving me that freedom that I really craved. I had toyed before with the idea of launching something that could produce real live passive income in addition to my freelance before, but I never really took the leap until the pandemic hit. The pandemic, as a lot of y'all know, was inspiring for reinvention. So while I wasn't a stranger to it, I still was very new to the world. I had no idea what I was doing, learned from the best, and here we are today. In fact, last year, our second full year in business, we surpassed 6 million page views on thesmokies.com, which is our travel blog website, and we produced over $200,000 worth of revenue. So it's pretty incredible.
That is incredible, and congratulations to you for doing all of that. I have to admit, I did those searches too, and I heard that blogging is one of those great opportunities out there for people to get started and really kind of turn it into a money-making career. How did you do it? If you had to look at some of the key factors of turning that blog into a 6-figure income, how did you do it?
Well, honestly, again, I'm no stranger to figuring out how to reinvent myself and how to launch a successful company. And one of the key things, and I think this applies to every single industry and anything that you want to do in life really, is that you identify the person who's doing the thing that you really want to do, who's doing it successfully, I should add, and you learn what they're doing. And so what we did is we started joining all of these blogging communities online and really looking at people who were already making six-figure, even 7-figure incomes. And we asked, hey, what are you guys doing? And 2 words kept coming up for us. It was SEO and SEMrush. And at the time I was familiar with what SEO was. I thought it was just kind of like sprinkling in little keywords on your website and hoping for the best, hoping you'll rank on Google. But SEMrush was kind of the missing component, because I found out news to me that there are real tools you can use online that actually tell you exactly what people are looking for. It tells you what kinds of questions that people are typing into Google on a daily basis. And so our real key to success was figuring out exactly what those questions were and then answering those questions effectively. And the second that we started doing that, our traffic skyrocketed. It was incredible. I think on like month one, went from having maybe a couple hundred hits to just a few months later, I think June of 2020, that same year, like I said, the pandemic year, I think we're about like 300,000, 400,000 hits. It was crazy. And it kept growing from there. So a pretty big deal. Pay attention to what other people are doing and do that thing.
That does sound amazing, and that's great stuff. When it comes to turning it, when you saw, okay, so you did the SEO, looking for what, search items people are looking for. Did you have to write a lot? Because I've always heard that, okay, if I'm going to start a blog, I just have to put tons of writing in. I mean, how many hours did you spend in the front end of this project?
Well, here's the really cool thing. So luckily, again, we were some of the lucky ones in the pandemic. We really only had about like a week or two that was kind of slow, which is really when I launched the website in partnership with my sister, Elena, and my husband, James. But after that, our freelance business really picked up and we looked at each other and we're like, hey, look, we got to find time to also work on this website without losing our, at the time, primary income, which was the freelance income. And so we kind of just dedicated one day a week to knocking out as many articles as we possibly could. And we did it that way for an entire year, essentially. Almost an entire year, I didn't have a 2-day weekend. I mean, look, y'all, anything worth having in life is going to take a little bit of hard work. That's what I tell people all day long. Nothing in this life worth having is going to be that easily achievable. So I would say as far as quantifiable hours were concerned, I would say we were each putting in about 8 to 10 hours a week to really get it going. And now, as it's been growing, we've been able to really integrate it into our normal work weeks. In fact, it's sort of even taken over a lot of the freelance that we were doing before. The script is kind of flipped now. Before we were doing like 25% blogging. Now it's more like 75% blogging and 25% freelance, which is pretty cool. But the great thing about what we've done is that it did exactly what I set out to do, right? Now, when I take a day off, I'm still making money. Now, when I go on a week vacation, I still get notifications every day that I'm making money. So that passive income, or more accurately, perhaps I should refer to it as semi-passive, because it still requires a lot of work to get it up and going. It's not a set it and forget it type thing, but it's still making me money, even if I step away. And that's really the freedom that I've craved from day one, right? That's the ultimate freedom. What more can you possibly ask for?
So you said 8 to 10 hours a week is generally how much you spent on the blog. When did you start seeing significant income jumps? I mean, did it start at, I don't know, 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, and then just 1 month or two just jumped from there?
Yeah, like I said before, it was really identifying that correct tool to use. Like, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what SEO is. Everybody will love to tell you they can get you on the first page of Google. It's just like some kind of magic thing. I thought I knew what SEO was as a freelance graphic designer because my clients asked for it all the time. I thought it was just sprinkling in keywords, but the key was using those 8 to 10 hours that I was talking about earlier effectively, right? Because at one point when we first launched, we were just kind of taking a guess. Like, I always thought the way that you were supposed to do it, or was the way that you were supposed to do it. But after we really started finding the correct tools, and for us, it was SEMrush, and that's kind of one of the industry leading platforms out there if you guys want to look into it. But one of the things that we did was we actually started doing the research, and that showed us specifically what we should be writing. And that's when we really started to see things kind of skyrocket from there, right? So instead of just using those 8 to 10 hours every week that we had to take guesses at what people may or may not like, what Google may or may not like, we were able to really hone in and make sure that this is what people were looking for, make sure this is what people would like, because it turns out the data was really there all along. So for us, it was learning to use that time efficiently and intelligently and making database decisions versus just what we wanted to write about. And that's really when we started to see the results skyrocket. And I would say within a couple of months of adopting that strategy, that's when we really saw things start to take off.
When you first did the blog, Morgan, was it something where you were getting income one way, and then now are you getting income another way? Give me some detail on how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the other funny thing. When we first launched, we had absolutely no idea how blogs made money. To tell you the truth, probably like most Americans, I thought blogs were something that we had back in the GeoCities days in the 90s or the early 2000s. I had no idea that they were still a thing that was capable of producing income. It was actually my husband, who was one of my partners on the blog, who discovered an ad network called AdThrive and Mediavine, or two different ad networks called AdThrive and Mediavine. It took a few weeks to get accepted into those programs. Today we started out with Mediavine, switched to AdThrive, but there's a variety out there. Those are just two of the top dogs, essentially. But once we got there, we were able to really tap into this programmatic ad network, which produced this incredible revenue every single day. So when you go to our website, if you type in thesmokies.com, you're going to see that there's a ton of ads that pop up. And that's kind of what that programmatic ad network is providing us. That's where most of our income has come from. But there's also this wide world of affiliate sales, right? So for instance, we are a travel blog. There's a lot of attractions in the area near the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, like Dollywood and Anakista, and a variety of museums like the Titanic Museum out there that have these programs that you can enter called affiliate programs, where you help them sell a ticket online by like writing a great review about them or saying, hey, look, I highly recommend doing X, Y, and Z in the Smokies. And if people click the link when you suggest to buy a ticket, you get a little tiny kickback. And so we did ads first, we did affiliate marketing second, and going forward, we're actually going to be doubling down on the affiliates, and we hope to release some digital downloads later this year. But there's a variety of different ways that bloggers make money. Those are just kind of a handful of the ones that worked for us very early on. And of course, there's so many more that I feel like we can tap into in the future. So I'm excited to see where this whole thing goes. I think we're just getting started.
That sounds great. I mean, congratulations once again. You're doing such a great job, Morgan. And I think this is helping a lot of people just kind of understand how it works. A couple more questions here. So how much do you make now? If you don't mind me asking, how much does the blog make now on a monthly basis? And then how much did it, initially start? Because you didn't start right away making six figures. It was a gradual increase. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I remember we made our first $6 within about a month of launching the actual blog site. And we were jumping up and down in the living room like it was the most important $6 we had ever made in our life. A couple months later, the first month, and that was an affiliate sale. A couple months later, the first month after we launched on an ad network, I believe our first month's earnings were something like $400 or $500, if memory serves correctly. Fast forward to today, I believe our largest month to date, and of course it varies as we are a seasonal travel blog. The Smokies are a little bit less trafficked in like January and February. We peak in the summer and into the winter, but our highest month so far has been around $35,000, $36,000 in that month. So yeah, that kind of shows you what's possible. And we suspect we're going to be hitting closer to $50,000, maybe even $60,000 by this December. So yeah, like I said, we're just getting started.
Wow.
To go from zero hits in the first month, essentially, to, I believe in our first full year, we passed almost hit 2 million. And then in our second full year to pass 6 million. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of hoping that we'll start to see that 10 million digit roll in as far as page views are concerned, hopefully in 2022. We'll see. We'll at least get close.
And it's just focusing on the East Tennessee Smokies area, or are you venturing out from that?
Yes, sir. For the most part, of course, the Smokies, the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains were all kind of intertwined, as you know, in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. So we sort of cover those areas a little bit. Every once in a while, we talk about Tennessee as a state, but our primary market, we've also done a few stories on Memphis, but our primary market is the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and the surrounding areas, the attractions, etc. That was also a model that we had never really seen anybody else do before. So that was a bit of a gamble, to be perfectly honest honest with you. We didn't really know that a regional travel blog would work. All you ever hear about are, travel bloggers that go all over the world and explore. But to us, we kind of learned that regional travel was even better, even, I dare say, easier. I don't want to use that word. It's been a lot of hard work, but I dare say easier because we get to target this one area that we know and we love. I grew up in East Tennessee. My husband grew up in East Tennessee. My little sister obviously grew up in East Tennessee. So this is an area that we're intimately familiar with. This is an area that we spent our childhood in. I mean, y'all, if you could have told me when I was like 6 that one day I would make money going to Dollywood, I'd have been like, what? It's like, that's not even my dream, and I've essentially turned that dream into a reality. So it's pretty cool.
That is cool. All right. So are there other blogs that you look at and really kind of like or maybe take some ideas from? I mean, are there other ones that you kind of emulate maybe and kind of say, they really taught me a lot of things?
That's one of the tools I was talking about earlier when I talk about SEO. The tool that I mentioned earlier, SEMrush, will actually show you competitive data. And we certainly integrate that competitive data and fill in gaps that our competitors are not addressing, fill in questions that our competitors are not answering. In fact, our main competitors now are actually some of the city and locally run websites. And I believe it was last month, we even started surpassing some of those city run websites who have entire staffs. I think over 40, 50 people, I believe, for the top website working on those. So to bring in more traffic than even them, it's pretty impressive. But to be honest with you, if I were to give you a second giant piece of advice, which is applicable to both blogging and life, is to worry less about what your competitors are doing and worry more about what they're not doing, right? We never seek to copy anybody. I've never been a copycat of anybody. I want to know what people are, I want to know how they're finding success. I want to know the strategies and the tools that they're using and explore those on my own. But I think it's really important to be the red tree in the forest, to be the standout, to do something unusual. Because if you're just a copycat, all you're going to be is a cheap clone at the end of the day.
Very nice. Very nice. There are a lot of people taking notes in this newsroom, just hearing you talk right now. And I'm sure when people watch this on in a taped interview later on our website, they're going to be wanting to share this as well. When someone is looking at starting a blog, I don't know, can you give like maybe the top 3 things that they need to do right off the bat when they want to start and say, I want to do just what Morgan is doing? A lot of people like to say, write what you know. Is that one of those things? Did you always like to travel?
Oh yeah, I've always loved to travel, but to me, it's a little bit, there's 2 different components to it. A lot of people say, follow your passion. And I say, that's great. Follow your passion, but make sure you can make money with that passion, right? We've got a lot of passion. There are several hobbies I have that I'm not very good at, right? I don't think I should probably start a blog on those. I love watching Netflix for a living, there's probably a way to make money doing that, but the thing is that we found a part of our passion. We found one of our passion projects that we knew there was a big audience for. And so that's the piece of advice I would give you there as far as following your passion. Follow your passion, but make sure it makes money. As far as the 3 pieces of advice I would give to brand new bloggers would be as follows. Don't get lost in the details. Launch a simple website. It doesn't have to be the prettiest thing you've ever seen. Just make sure it's a simple theme. Make sure it's fast. That's what's more important because people want to make sure it's loading really quickly without any kind of delays. The second thing I would say is, yes, get comfortable with writing and get comfortable using those tools that I talked about, because that was the real difference maker for us. Before, we were just sort of, when we first launched, writing whatever we thought we should write about because we had no data to go on, formatting it however we wanted to format it because we didn't know any better. So research those tools that will really give you those guidelines to show you exactly how to write, will actually give you a score on your writing and predict with almost 90% certainty exactly where you're going to rank on Google, which is pretty awesome. And then 3, make sure you turn that traffic into dollars. That's of course what you got to do at the end of the day. So research those ad networks that I mentioned earlier, research those affiliate programs, can think about what kind of digital downloads that you can sell. Those are 3 of the most popular ways. Courses, if you're doing something more on the business side, those are also very popular right now, online courses. So yeah, those are probably the 3 things that I would recommend. Don't get lost in the details, build a simple website, learn how to write articles that Google will love and that your readers will love, and then figure out how to make the money, honey.
Sorry, Morgan. Listen, I really appreciate everything you've said. It's a great conversation. I found it very interesting. Congratulations on your success. And I really think a lot of your tips have really helped other would-be bloggers out there. So appreciate the conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Andrew. I appreciate it.
For decades, fluoride has been added to most of our tap water to help protect against cavities. But now studies are addressing how much is too much when it comes to fluoride and whether it can cause problems, especially in infants and expected mothers. Let's talk about this issue and more with a biological dentist, Dr. Griffith Cole. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Dr. Cole. Let's first talk about what a biological dentist is. I've never heard of that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're more like whole body dentists. We work like a functional medicine doctor in that we look at more than just fixing what's going on in the mouth. We want to know the underlying causes of the symptoms. Why are they getting cavities? Why do they have infection? So we dig a little deeper and we treat the whole person, really. We're also very concerned with materials, and so we don't work with anything that we know is toxic to the body, like mercury, nickel, and even fluoride.
That's excellent. All right, so that's perfect to set the table here for this discussion. I'm really looking forward to this discussion because I've had so many debates with various family members and some friends who hate fluoride, who hate the idea of fluoride in tap water. I mean, it was put in tap water back in the 40s to address the issue of cavities. There's been a lot of studies out there that have talked about the toxicity to people's bodies with fluoride. And now there's what I'm reading is that there may be a link when it comes to IQs and infants and children. Bring us up to speed.
I will. So you're absolutely right. Too much fluoride can negatively affect most of our organs in our body. And now we know brain function and activity. And how we know that is the National Toxicology Program, which works under Health and Human Services. Their job is to look at substances that are harmful to the environment and let us know. And they looked at these reports and found absolute brain impairments, including lower IQ, as you mentioned, in babies born to pregnant moms who ingested fluoridated water during pregnancy.
Now, I've always heard, Dr. Cole, that the amount of fluoride that's in tap water is so small and so minute that it wouldn't really affect people's bodies. Is that I mean, I guess that's one argument, but, you know, my thought is, well, if it's any kind of poison, why put it in at all? I mean, do the negatives outweigh the positives? Where currently is this issue? Because I've seen some communities across the country removing it from their tap water because there's been such a backlash.
Yeah, so your statements are absolutely accurate in that there are many people who are now realizing that not only is it not effective, it's not doing its intended function, but it's actually very harmful. And keep in mind, too, that fluoride, when you get fluoride in your body, when you drink it, your body can only metabolize and get rid of about half of that. So the other half stays in your body indefinitely. So this is an accumulative effect, right? And that's the problem with it. Drinking it is not what we need to do. So, and now we know that we are getting too much. And in fact, Health and Human Services has lowered the level that's allowed to be added to water supplies because they're noticing children are getting these spots on their teeth, this tooth fluorosis, these white spots. Every 2 out of 5 kids has that now in this country. And we get it in these other things too, right? Like bottled drinks, we get it in some dietary supplements, mouth rinses, toothpaste, and even a lot of prescription medications. So there's just so much of it. Even if you try to avoid it, and you're hopefully in some community where you don't have your water fluoridated, you're still being exposed to it. So you got to be careful of that.
So let's talk about some alternatives out there. I know that there are a lot of alternatives that I see at health food stores, for example. They have big labels on the toothpaste that says no fluoride toothpaste or fluoride free, that sort of thing. Is that what we should be looking for? Give me some alternatives.
Yeah, I feel that way, and I'll just speak for myself. I mean, I don't think that we need fluoride in any form, but there'll be plenty of dentists out there that will tell you it works topically, and they're right. You can apply it to your teeth topically and get some kind of anti-decay effect. It's unnecessary, but it does have that effect. So I always tell people the same thing, and it's just simple principles that we learned a long time ago. A good, sound diet, right? One that is low in sugar, but high in vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, good fats, ample protein, right? Combine that with good home care. And I mean simple things, right? If we brush and floss daily and spend a couple minutes brushing your teeth, clean your tongue, that combined with a good diet, and you've got a home run there. You don't need to add any kind of special dentifrice to your teeth to make them stronger. You already have the foundation.
Would you recommend that all communities across the country remove fluoride from their tap water?
I absolutely would, and have for 28 years now. It's unnecessary. It's never been proven to actually work, as I mentioned. And now we know that all these brain impairments, I mean, lower IQs, get this, they found when the National Toxicology Program looked at all these studies, and they handpicked what they thought were well done, controlled, randomized studies, they found that there was a steep drop in IQ, up to 7 points in babies that were born to these moms who drank fluoridated water during pregnancy.
That is crazy to me. It's amazing to me that it's still allowed in some of the community tap water across the country. What about when it comes to toothpaste? Naturally, you think of toothpaste, you think of putting it on your teeth, rinsing it, cleaning it, and then spitting it out. Would there be any harmful effects from that?
So, every toothpaste that has fluoride now has that little warning label. And they've had it for years where it says, don't swallow more than a pea-sized amount. And the reason why is it's toxic. And if a child especially swallowed a fair amount of toothpaste, it could do some harm. So I always say you don't need to have any kind of fluoride toothpaste. There's so many toothpastes out there that don't have them, as you mentioned, but you can even brush your teeth with just baking soda. Baking soda and water is a really nice soft dentifrice that'll get the plaque off your teeth, and that's really all you need. So you can save some money there.
Tell me why this hasn't gotten as much coverage. I feel like you know it, I know it, but I don't feel like this is one of those huge pressing issues that many of Americans know about.
I think it's because it's been something that's been hammered into us our whole lives, right? Since 1945 anyway. And dentists especially. I love to get into debates with these pro-fluoridationists, and I know I can win because I have all the science. But I think that when you're told that something is good for you, and you're told that again and again, you just take things at face value without really looking at the science behind it. But if everybody just takes a moment and really digest what this report is about, I mean, now we're talking about babies being born with brain impairments. I think that should wake some people up. And don't let any pro-fluoridationist say to you, oh, these studies aren't any good. These are incredible studies. That's why the NTP actually handpicked, because there's over 80 studies, but they got down to 52 that they felt did the right, really good scientific method. They were, great methodologies. They were very well done. And that says a lot about these results.
Let's talk about where people can see these studies and these various scientific data points for themselves. Can they go anywhere online?
Yes, thank you for asking. So if they go to the IAOMT.org, so it's the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. The website is IAOMT.org. They can find a biologic dentist. They can find, as you mentioned, these studies. We have a library, a loaded digital library with so much information on all topics related to oral medicine. It's a great resource.
Okay, Dr. Griffith Cole, we really appreciate this conversation this morning. Thank you for joining us and illuminating us to the issues with fluoride, not only in our water, but in so many different facets of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
8:02 is the time on a Wednesday. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Taking a look outside from our High 5 camera downtown Memphis. You can see a barge there going under the I-40 bridge. Looking fairly cloudy right now. It's much cooler. The humidity has been reduced drastically compared to yesterday. 67 degrees right now. You can take a look from our High 5 camera. More cloud cover here, but we're expecting to get warmer temperatures, only to about 80 degrees. And here's the thing, it's going to feel much nicer today. Meteorologist Spencer Denton has details on your forecast.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May. The World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the first alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
The Memphis City Council is dealing with a dilemma triggered by a vote made almost a half century ago. Did you hear about this? Memphis City leaders looking to get possibly rid of an elected seat. The city court clerk, Bria Bolden, reports.
This is just the first of many things that we need.
A proposed ordinance to eliminate the city clerk position could soon become reality.
I think it's deceitful to tell the media one thing and then to pass something else. And that's what's happening today.
Current city court clerk Myron Lowry giving his 2 cents on the legislation to councilors Tuesday, saying he found out about the proposed ordinance in a local newspaper.
I was on the council for 24 years, and we always gave people the courtesy of letting them know when something was coming on the agenda that would affect them, and the courage to let them know. This council did not do that.
Lowry is currently suing the city for an increase in salary and for back wages. Action News 5 obtained his lawsuit against the city, accusing them of not following the city charter.
We have a duty to correct what was wrong.
However, one of the sponsors of the ordinance, Councilman Ford Canale, says Lowry's seat was chosen by Memphis voters as an elected position in 1975.
However, that year it was done in a city election in an odd year, when a referendum change to the city charter has to be done in a county-wide election year. It cannot be done, has to be done in an even year. which made it invalid.
Canale says if council passes the ordinance for a third time, a clerk would be appointed at the end of Lowry's term in January. Then the seat could go on the August 2024 ballot as an elected seat.
And if the people of Memphis choose that they want to keep it as an elected position, we can put it as a special election in November of 2024, and then the people can vote to elect the city court clerk again.
Shelby County Commissioners voted to require elected judges, not appointed judicial commissioners, to set bail for most serious crimes. Commissioner Mick Wright sponsored the resolution, frustrated by, he says, violent suspects getting out on low bond and then committing more crimes. Judges are required to handle hearings for Class A and B felonies, along with aggravated and domestic assault cases.
This is just the first of many things that we need to do. I was glad to see that it had unanimous support from the board. I think there is an awareness throughout the board, throughout the county, that we've got to take care of these problems.
Commissioners would like for this to go into effect immediately until a new state law mandating the very same thing starts July 1st. But this is a non-binding resolution, meaning it's a request to the judges in General Sessions Criminal Court, not an order to implement state law a little bit early. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver is speaking publicly for the first time about Grizzlies guard Ja Morant, seen on Instagram Live flashing a gun yet again, the second time in 2 months. Listen.
Honestly, I was shocked when I saw this weekend that video. Now, we're in the process of investigating it, and we'll figure out exactly what happened to the best we can then. It's the video's a bit grainy and all that, but I'm assuming the worst, but we'll figure out, exactly what happened there. We talked directly about the consequences first before we got to a subsequent potential to have done something wrong. We were very focused on the misconduct that was in front of us at the time. And frankly, most of our conversation was about how incredibly serious the first incident was.
Okay, this is Ja Morant's statement that he reported or released rather late last night. Quote, I know I've been disappointed. I disappointed a lot of people who have supported me. This is a journey and I recognize there's more work to do. My words may not mean much right now, but I take full accountability for my actions. I'm committed to continuing to work on myself. Okay, more discussion regarding the debt deadline, which is June 1st. I want to get right now to a story from Bree Jackson in Washington with an update.
A new sense of urgency to prevent an unprecedented and potentially catastrophic government default. President Biden cutting short his overseas trip.
I'm postponing the Australia portion of the trip and my stop in Papua New Guinea in order to be back for the final negotiations with congressional leaders.
The president's change in plans follows the second round of debt talk negotiations in the last 2 weeks. The administration and Republicans hinting at some progress and showing agreement on at least one thing.
We know we're not going to default. They know it. We know it.
Default is not an option. It would tip the country into a recession and cost us millions of jobs. The president simply won't allow that to happen.
But the two sides remain far apart on certain issues.
We've got to find a way that we can curb our spending, raise our debt limit, and also grow our economy.
Republican demands include work requirements for federal aid programs, something Democrats strongly oppose. Negotiators are staring down a June 1st debt default deadline.
We have to proceed with the fierce urgency of now in order to make sure we can reach that bipartisan, common sense, common ground agreement.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says it's possible a deal could come by the end of the week. In Washington, Bree Jackson, NBC News.
West Memphis, Arkansas now. When it rains, it floods a lot of times in West Memphis. A meeting's happening this week to talk about flooding issues. The Arkansas Black Mayors Association will have a public flood mitigation meeting tomorrow night, 6:30, right after the city council meeting at West Memphis City Hall on Redding Street. World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest starts today. It runs through Saturday. It'll be downtown at Tom Lee Park. It's the largest pork barbecue contest in the world. Gates open at 5 o'clock tonight. Single day admission. Tickets still available. You can get yours, $15 on Memphis and May's website. Today's feature, sauce wrestling. I don't know if that's like an old school thing from you saw in the movie. It could be something else. We'll see. I think you just have to go and find out. But anyone who's brave enough to do wrestling with sauce, well, they should get some points or at least some free barbecue. Every 24 minutes, a baby is born in the U.S. and experiencing opioid withdrawal. Can you believe that? Every 24 minutes, newborns exposed to opioids during pregnancy are at risk for a condition. It's called neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome, with the acronym NOWS. NOWS. A crazy situation here that we're just beginning to learn more about. I want to talk with Dr. Leslie Young. She's a practicing neonatologist at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital to talk more about this. Dr. Young, good morning to you. Tell me about the research and what does it show about the care when it comes to these opioid-exposed newborns? Good morning.
Good morning. So our research has shown that by using the ESC or Eat, Sleep, Console care approach, we are able to reduce the amount of medications that babies receive following delivery by about 60%. And we are able to shorten their length of stay and the duration of time until they're ready to go home by about a week. So it's really exciting research.
Oh, okay, so Eat, Sleep, and Console, ESC. So tell me, first off, that stat just blew my mind. Every 24 minutes, a baby's born in the U.S. that has some sort of opioid withdrawal. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how bad the opioid epidemic is in this country, that stat should. I didn't even know it was that big. And so can you explain, the problem when a baby is born addicted to opioids and what are some of the problems that nurses see? And now that there's this new approach that there's an opportunity there. Just take us through, because I know our viewers might, this is the first time they're probably hearing of this.
Yeah, so it's mirroring the opioid epidemic, which you've highlighted as a significant problem. Babies aren't actually born addicted to opioids. Addiction requires a psychological piece of kind of seeking behavior despite consequence. So what we actually see is that babies are born with some degree of dependence and then experience withdrawal following delivery. These babies can have increased muscle tone or muscle tightness. They can be quite jittery when disturbed, or even just when laying there, they can have jittery movements. They can have digestive issues with diarrhea. They can have difficulties feeding. They can be challenging to console and to keep from crying. And so babies can have some degree of withdrawal if they've been exposed to opioids in the womb. And this exposure can be of prescribed medications or illicit. So our job as clinicians is to care for these infants in a way that keeps them safe. And the ESC care approach is the effective way that we've found to do that by really optimizing non-pharmacologic or non-medication-based care, so supportive care, having the baby in a low stimulation environment, dark setting, low light, swaddled, or even better yet, skin to skin with mom or another family member, as a really effective way to care for these babies.
Tell me how bad this problem is in Tennessee. We're in Memphis. We broadcast to Mississippi, Arkansas, and West Tennessee. Do you have any numbers closer to home?
Yeah, I don't have numbers off the top of my head for your area, but I'll say those are areas that are impacted quite a bit by the opioid epidemic. And as I said, the exposure to babies while in the womb has mirrored the epidemic. And so we've seen increasing numbers since 2010 and hope to see those numbers stabilize here soon. But as of yet, we've not seen that to be the case.
You mentioned Eat, Sleep, Console is the newest care approach to these babies that are experiencing opioid withdrawal. How does that differ from the traditional method?
Yeah, so the traditional method had at its foundation a scoring tool called the Finnegan Neonatal Abstinence Scoring Tool, which was developed in the 70s and used ever since because we didn't have another alternative. It tends to be quite subjective. It's looking at all the possible signs and symptoms of withdrawal, and the baby gets a score. So things like sneezing and this jitteriness I talked about contribute to a baby's score, and then that score is used to dictate whether or not the baby gets medication. It tends to be subjective. We've found that it overestimates the need for medication, so more babies were receiving medication than probably needed to be. And so this alternative really looks at the functional components of what does it take to be a baby, what do they need to be able to do, and if they can eat, sleep, and be consoled in a reasonable way, then they're doing okay, and their withdrawal is well supported.
Fantastic. And how does this research really address the opioid crisis? I mean, not only across here in the Mid-South, but nationally?
That's a great question. It's one part of a very large puzzle, as you've alluded to, but one that I think I'm very excited to say we're making inroads on. The HEAL initiative, the Helping to End Addiction Long-Term initiative, is a very, very large initiative funded by the NIH that's looking to improve supports and within communities and care across all individuals who are impacted by the opioid crisis. It's bringing a lot of hope to communities, and it's really exciting and portends a bright future for those impacted by opioid use disorder.
You know, this is interesting, Dr. Young. Is there any place people can go for more information about this? Because the opioid crisis in our area is fairly significant.
Yeah, so the HEAL initiative has a webpage, and specifically for this study that can be accessed at www.heal.nih.gov/ESC, and that stands for Eat, Sleep, Console.
Okay, Dr. Leslie Young at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital, we appreciate you talking with us and informing us about this very important issue. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, May is National Trauma Awareness Month, and this year at Regional One Health, the focus is on roadway safety is no accident. That's the theme, roadway safety, no accident. And there are plenty of, I guess you could say, overly enthusiastic drivers on I-240. That is putting it a very nice way. It might be a good time to just kind of remind people about some good safety measures, some friendly reminders about road safety tips and ways you should be driving, dealing with distracted driving, maybe drowsiness driving, speeding, that sort of thing. Because across the country, believe it or not, there is a rise in motor vehicle related injuries and deaths. Let's bring in Josh Dougal. He's with the trauma department there, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. He's the program manager. And Josh, good morning to you. I want to start with some of the issues that you see each and every day at Regional One. Tell me about some of those significant injuries that are treated there when it comes to road safety. Good morning.
Absolutely, and good morning to you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the roadway safety is one of the initiatives that we need to be really, really focusing on. So as you all may know or may not know, Regional One and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center is the only trauma center in 150 miles in every direction. So we truly care for the entire community here when at their most hour of need following a traumatic injury. Car accidents represent about a third of the total number of patients that come through here. So over 2,100 people are treated for car accidents at our trauma center, and most of them are quite severe.
Okay, 21 different, 21 car accidents. Is that in a given month or?
No, 2,100 in a year. So in 2022.
Gotcha.
So yes, over 2,000 patients coming in here.
Wow. That okay. My understanding is that one of the main reasons why there are so many car crashes is that people are distracted inside their car, whether it's the radio or, you know, essentially the computers, the dashboard, or just the phone. I mean, gosh, it drives me nuts when I'm driving at night or early in the morning and the sun isn't out yet, and I see the glow of the phone in people's face while they're driving. How bad is distracted driving from your perspective, Josh?
Yeah, we know that distracted driving absolutely increases the rate of car accidents. As you just said, you know, there is literally a computer that sits inside of your car, and people seem to take precedence over making sure that they're logged in or plugged in or have their playlists up or their music set before they ever even really start paying attention as to where they're driving. And one of the things they're key that they're forgetting is wearing their seatbelt. So taking a look at our information from our trauma center here, about 50% of people that come into our trauma center involved in a car accident aren't wearing their seatbelt. And what that does to you is it doubles the chance of you actually dying from your injuries while you're at our trauma center. And that's not even talking about the people that may pass away at the car wreck scene before they ever even arrive to us. So it's huge to be thinking about reducing the ways that you're being distracted by driving. And then also remember those key fundamentals of just buckling up is so important.
So, I mean, you know, when I'm driving on 240, so after this is done, you know, I'm going to be going on 240 there, and the weaving in and out of some of these cars that are going at a high rate of speed, I mean, what's the best way to just kind of guard against some of these overly enthusiastic drivers, let's just say?
Well, I love the way that you put that, always trying to put a smile on the driving habits of some of our colleagues out on the road. But I think the most important thing that we can do is to be active drivers and use defensive driving techniques. So again, making sure that you're distracted as little as possible, always trying to do what you can to anticipate what somebody else may be doing in front of you. Remembering back from whenever we all took our driver's test and they talked about appropriate following distances in front of the car that is in front of us, and making sure that you're ready for an evasive maneuver. Again, hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel is always important. Making sure that you're wearing appropriate shoes so that you can control your accelerator and gas pedal and brake pedal are all really great tips.
Okay, fantastic. And when it comes to drowsy driving, because we also see that, and you know, I work a very different schedule. I come in early in the mornings at like 4 o'clock, and then I leave, you know, at about noon time. That kind of schedule, you see all kinds of different people with drowsy driving. How much of an issue is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually put a direct number on it, but we do see that our car accidents do seem to peak not only late at night, but early in the morning. We know that the culture of the United States is that for people to work, and to not really take care of themselves and always kind of relying on things to keep themselves awake, such as caffeine or loud music, which again doesn't really pay off whenever we're thinking about driving and making sure that we're actually alert and able to avoid those accidents.
Okay, so anything else? I mean, you've talked about making sure you're buckled in, be defensive when it comes to these overly aggressive drivers, trying to stay alert as much as possible when you're behind the wheel. What else can we say that you haven't touched on, Josh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that really is key is modeling good behaviors. So as we are all adults in our cars, we're driving around, if anything that we can do to model good behaviors to our younger drivers. So if our kids see us as their parents wearing our seatbelts and staying off of our phone and lessening the chance of having that distraction and also being properly restrained, that'll really pay off to our children who are going to eventually become the drivers. And then they'll be on the road with us, hopefully better prepared than we were as their adults.
Absolutely. Josh, is there any place you would recommend? We have thousands of people that join us here on the Digital Desk each and every day. Any place you'd recommend where people can go online, just kind of check out some of these?
Absolutely, yes. I will send you the link, but the National Highway Traffic Safety Alliance is a fantastic place to look for up-to-date information about what is happening in our state and across the country with rules and regulations regarding car safety. Also, just touch on one more thing. Remember to continue to wear your helmet as your motorcycle riders are out and about, and also keeping an eye out for them as you're changing lanes to make sure that you don't run into them and cause another accident.
Good advice. Josh Dougal, Trauma Program Manager at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. Josh, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day and wear your seatbelt.
Right now, I want to switch gears here because we are talking a lot about the financial markets, financial volatility, especially with inflation at sky-high numbers, the highest still in 40 years. And when it comes to retirement, are you prepared? Do you think you're prepared? Perhaps you don't think you're prepared. Well, Fidelity Investments tried to put out their first ever study, or tried to find out, I should say, when they put out this first ever study on the topic of whether you're prepared for retirement or not. Let's bring in Rita Asaf. She's Vice President of Retirement Products at Fidelity Investments to talk more about this study. Good morning, Rita. Tell us how Fidelity, what the study was and what did it reveal this morning? Thank you.
Morning. Thank you for having me. So Fidelity ran a retirement savings assessment study, and this is a study of all Americans. And it came up with a retirement score. So the retirement score is yellow right now to a score of 78. And what this means is that American savers are now projected to only have 78% of the income needed to cover expenses in retirement. And if you think about this, this is not surprising when you look at the past events from the last couple of years. You had the pandemic, market volatility, and right now just the news with the banking industry. So it's no surprise many people feel uneasy about their financial outlook. But there are two factors that drove the drop. First, people are investing more conservatively. Our study found that 60% of Americans are concerned that investing too aggressively can negatively impact their savings. And second, many people are saving less. Even though Americans have more money saved since 2020, the amount that many are regularly contributing has declined, with the biggest drop coming from millennials.
Okay, so how do we know, Rita, when we have enough money for retirement? I mean, what can we do to kind of, I know nothing's 100% safeguard from various issues, volatility, that sort of thing. How can we do our best to safeguard our retirement nest egg?
Well, you want to have a retirement plan or a goal. And in general, Fidelity has a rule of thumb to help you figure that out. So you want to try and save 10 times your income by age 67. Now, we totally understand this sounds intimidating, but this is why it's important to start early. And how do you get to that 10 times your income? Start by saving 15% of your income each year, which includes your company match if you have access to one. But this may seem like a lot, so just increasing contributions 1% each year to get to that 15% can make a big difference. And here's why we're saying that. Our study found that 50%, this is 50 of Americans, may be unable to afford just basic expenses in retirement, much less their retirement dreams. But it's never too late to start planning. In our experience, those with the retirement plan in place felt the greatest confidence and helped them sleep better at night when there were any sort of surprises that came up. And setting up a plan is much easier than you think. It just means setting up a goal for now for how much you should save regularly and which accounts to put those into.
So, Rita, we have thousands of people who watch us here on the Digital Desk, and they are people from various generations, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X. So how do you determine, regardless of age, what you need to save for retirement? Is there a breakdown based upon specific generations out there, for example?
Well, I would say overall, there are 3 tips to help you prepare for retirement. Obviously, there will be changes depending on how old you are, but let's just start with, the general guardrails, which is first, save as much as you can. And what we mean for that is that 15% of your income each year. Second, make your money work for you. You want to have the right investment mix of stocks, bonds, and cash based on how far you are from retirement and how comfortable you are with risk. And that investment mix will change as you get older. And lastly, you want to reevaluate your retirement plan. Waiting longer to retire does have its benefits because you can build saving longer and you can actually increase Social Security payments. But we know this isn't easy. So what we found is that some people are actually working part-time or even making money off of hobbies, and that can help them from tapping into their retirement savings earlier. And for those who can't do this, because we understand it's not an option for everyone, it might make more sense to evaluate how much you plan to spend in retirement, where you can make some cuts.
So, Rita, we understand there's, I think Fidelity has a retirement score available. How can we check that? What is the retirement score, first off, and how does that determine where we are in terms of retirement savings?
Sure. So Fidelity has several resources to help you get started, including this Fidelity Retirement Score. And the score is basically a measure of how much you'll be able to, your income will be able to provide for your expenses in retirement. So if you check the score, you can see where you stand and make changes to supercharge your retirement. So to get started, you can go to fidelity.com/score, and there are a number of resources there to help you.
Okay, so again, so many people watching us right now, and many of them might be thinking, okay, we've had a tough few years here. I've had to dip into savings. Where do I begin to really kind of set myself up for retirement? If you were to name like 3 things of where people can begin to really get that retirement score up, let's say, where would you recommend people start?
Look at your contributions. See how much you can actually contribute. And as you get older, you actually have access to contribute more. So those who are 50 or older can take advantage of what we call catch-up contributions, where they can contribute an extra $1,000 each year to an IRA. Second, and this actually helps with your retirement preparedness, that investment mix. You really want to be sure that you have the right investment mix, especially aligned to your time horizon, how far you are from retirement. Those are 2 that will immediately help you with your retirement readiness and are near-term steps that you can take now.
Okay, Rita Asaf, Vice President, Retirement Products at Fidelity Investments. We appreciate the conversation. It's a very important conversation to have, Rita. So thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May. The World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the First Alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
All right, the Memphis City Council talking gun legislation at the meeting yesterday. They discussed a new ordinance that could give Memphis voters a chance to make decisions on handgun permits, assault weapons bans, and a red flag. Walter Murphy has details on that.
I think what we hear in the city of Memphis a lot of times is the city administration needs to do more. The city council needs to do more.
Vice Chairman for Memphis City Council J.B. Smiley Jr. and fellow council members say that's the conversation they've heard from their constituents who were fed up with gun crimes in Memphis. Now, City Council's trying to give those same voters the chance to change the city's charter, and an ordinance that passed through the Memphis City Council committee on Tuesday would give them that choice. Now, that ordinance would ask voters 3 questions. The first question would ask voters if they want to require valid permits for anyone to carry a firearm in the city of Memphis and require lock boxes for people who want to travel with that gun. The next question for voters is whether or not they want red flag laws in the city of Memphis, which would remove firearms from people who are deemed a danger to themselves or others. And finally, voters will get a chance to vote on banning assault weapon sales inside of Memphis city limits.
We're going to go to our boss, which is the people, and that's also the boss of the state legislature, and try to get their opinions on this. And this is a creative, I think, clever way to do it.
Now, the ordinance still has to pass 3 readings in council before it would be in the hands of voters in an August of 2024 election. Now, even if voters do say yes on all 3 changes, council members know it's going to be an uphill battle between Memphis and the state of Tennessee.
If they want to test, the authority on the home rule, they want to test our litigators, let's say bat them up and we see them in trial.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's expecting court litigation through this process if indeed it does make it through all the hoops and various obstacles and then voters have to pass it. Now, again, it won't be on the ballot even if it passes through Memphis City Council until August of 2024, and it still has to pass 3 council votes before it is even on the ballot. And again, that's not until August 2024. Something else that was discussed at the Memphis City Council, it was about towing companies taking vehicles to private lots instead of the public impound lot. This is video from earlier this year. It shows the impound lot well over capacity. Incredible here. Some Memphians telling us it takes hours to find their cars, and tow truck drivers trying to recover vehicles from the lot say the exact same thing. So the council voted to pass an ordinance allowing vehicles to be stored on private lots. An IBM report says a data breach in 2022 cost companies on average more than $4 million. New information from a consumer protection organization shows the root cause of data breaches are often a mystery, putting businesses and customers in harm's way. Carice Jackman reports.
Almost everyone has been impacted by a data breach. But when a major breach happens and your personal information gets into the hands of a cyber criminal, it can have a lasting impact. That's why James Lee and his team at the Identity Theft Resource Center monitor data breaches across the nation. The ITRC recently released its findings for the first quarter of 2023 and found an estimated 89 million people have had their data compromised so far this year. And while that number dropped slightly from fourth quarter 2022, the ITRC found companies are providing less information about how the breach could have occurred.
What we have seen is
companies shift away from providing information about what happened and why because it's not required under their state's law.
A problem, Lee says, because not identifying how a breach happened and taking steps to prevent a similar incident leaves the businesses and its employees vulnerable.
Particularly those who have been the subject of a data breach, and they realize that it could have been prevented if they had had more information about what the steps they needed to take to prevent it. That's especially true among small and mid-sized businesses.
And for everyday people, he says it can be equally as devastating.
They're going to use it to impersonate you. They're going to use it to open up accounts in your name. They're going to use it not to take your existing account, but to go and find new ways of pretending to be you.
The ITRC's report also found that criminals target industries that carry a lot of data, everything from the healthcare sector to financial services and transportation to utilities.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Over the next 10 to 20 years, maybe even sooner than that, every business and government agency will use artificial intelligence in some form or fashion. How can workers and businesses prepare for the AI economy of the future? And what does it mean? There's a lot of people talking about this topic today. I've heard it for the last several weeks. And more importantly, there's a lot of concern about artificial intelligence and some of the negative things that could happen if we don't really get things under control. Let's talk with Jordan Crenshaw. He's a part of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Senior Vice President of Technology and the Engagement Center. Jordan, good morning to you. We understand that AI and AI technology is becoming more and more widespread. Are you concerned about some of the fears that some people have out there? I know that you've heard them as well.
Well, good morning. Well, AI is transforming how we live and work, but nearly everyone is already using AI. So if you're using your phone to get directions, that's artificial intelligence. If you're looking at that next video you want to look at on a streaming service that's being recommended, that's artificial intelligence already making that recommendation. And AI is actually is going to be a game changer. It's going to have a $13 trillion economic impact globally. But broadly speaking, AI technologies offer great hope for increasing economic opportunity, boosting income, finding cures for diseases more quickly, and simplifying the lives of consumers. And for example, here in Memphis, FedEx is actually using a new AI suite of tools to help with supply chain issues and ease physical burdens on employees. But with any new technology, there does come risk and there comes concern. And that's why the U.S. Chamber of Commerce last year set up a bipartisan AI commission to come up with policy recommendations that we released recently on how do we regulate AI, how do we prepare the workforce, and how do we remain globally competitive. But all important questions.
Certainly important questions. I agree with you. And I can see the advantages. You know, I think anyone can see the advantages of artificial intelligence, AI, and a form of it certainly we use on our smartphones each and every day. But more recently, and I know, you know, the chamber is more focused on technology and businesses and the good that it can do. I just think that the last few weeks, I have heard so much concern that people are worried that, for example, if AI is created and gets in the wrong hands, what do we do? Can you maybe enlighten us more about maybe some ways that government leaders and various business leaders, what they're doing to regulate AI?
So our commission report makes a couple of recommendations here. First of all, government agencies actually already have the authority to regulate in the space of AI. In fact, if they're acting unfairly or deceptively, for example, the Federal Trade Commission could actually issue an enforcement proceeding against a company that's not acting in the best interest of consumers. At the same time, too, we've also seen NIST, which is the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and the federal government has developed a voluntary voluntary risk management framework that will get companies that want to do the right thing and develop trustworthy AI, gives them a roadmap to implement ethics and AI into their planning of development. So there are steps the government's already doing now, but we also recommend too in our AI Commission report, if Congress finds that agencies don't have the authority they need in their particular problems where it's appropriate for new regulation, they should definitely take a look at new regulations that are in a risk-based approach.
I appreciate that, Jordan. And thanks for enlightening me on that. Let's talk now about how the U.S. stays competitive in this realm of artificial intelligence. It seems like everybody, China and the like, everyone's getting in on artificial intelligence. How does the U.S. stay competitive and make it more of a positive and an upswing in this digital age?
Well, the nation that leads in artificial intelligence will have a strategic advantage in the 21st century. And you mentioned China. China is investing heavily to try to beat the United States in AI research and development. And they're actually outpacing us in terms of patent filings and things like robotics. And this is another area that the Chamber's AI Commission made some recommendations. For example, it really is the time for the U.S. And its allies and like-minded nations to bolster their relationship and harmonize their approach to artificial intelligence so they can remain competitive with non-democratic countries. We also need to look at ways of modernizing intellectual property to ensure that the U.S. can outpace competitors, but also not lose out to things like IP theft abroad. And finally, when we're looking at things like national security, as the Department of Defense is looking at procuring new equipment and tools, they really should build in AI ethics into the procurement process. So we have a lot of recommendations in this space, but it's crucially important that the United States remains the leader in trustworthy AI.
Where can people go for more information about this topic when it comes to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, if you want to learn more about the recommendations from the report from our commission or learn more about what we're doing on AI, I encourage you to visit uschamber.com/AI Commission.
Jordan Crenshaw, Vice President, leads day-to-day operations with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Technology Engagement Center. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the deep dive.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Now, we know that Memphis and the Mid-South, when it comes to the Summer Olympic Games, you come to us. Action News 5 is your Olympic station. Well, we are in for a treat this morning. We have the most decorated American track and field Olympian of all time joining us on the digital desk. I'm talking about Allyson Felix with us this morning. Allyson, good morning to you. We saw you on the Today Show just a couple of weeks ago. Tell me how you're doing.
Good morning. I'm doing really well. I am, really enjoying life after track and doing well. Can't complain.
So I really appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk with us, Allyson. Bring us up to speed on you, on your career, and for some of our viewers, because we have thousands of people watching us right now, just tell us a little bit about your background and so people are familiar with your story.
I have been running professional track and going to the Olympics for a very long time now. I've been to 5 Olympic Games, and I just recently retired and have a daughter, so I'm really enjoying time at home. I also have a business called Seish, where we make women's footwear designed for and by women. And so all of those things are keeping me really busy these days.
Excellent, excellent. So, let's talk a little bit about, we have National Small Business Day. You mentioned you're a mom. You have a footwear company that's designed and for women, designed by women, for women. You got so much going on. You have Small Business Day coming up on, I believe it's May 10th. And so how are you marking this occasion with everything you got going on?
Yes, it's a lot, but I am so excited to celebrate with my daughter this year. I just really want to foster her dreams. She loves to bake. And so we came up with Cammie's Cookies. We're going to have a bake sale, and she's just been introduced to counting money. And so we're really excited to do that.
I understand your alma mater named their stadium after you. Tell me about that.
Yes, I had the honor of the field at my track being named the Allison Felix Field, which was something that I would never have dreamed of or imagined, but just an incredible honor.
So I find it interesting, and so does my producer, Amanda, that you are this incredible, accomplished track and field athlete, but yet you're playing tennis now. Tell me about that.
Yes, just trying to, come up with some new ways to stay active and creative. So many things on my plate, like this bake sale with my daughter that we're just really excited about for National Small Business Day. And partnering with HP has been incredible to be able to do that. They have so many resources online to be able to come up with fun business plans and printables. So we've had a great time just with that process and designing everything. And it's been really a lot of fun to be able to do that.
Let me ask you about this, because this came to us this week, and I don't know if you know Tori Bowie. She was a 32-year-old world champion sprinter from Mississippi, and she died suddenly. Were you familiar with her? She's an Olympic athlete as well. And if so, what will you remember about her? It was just an awful, sudden thing.
Yes, Tori is, she was my teammate for a very long time. So yeah, still just even trying to process just such incredibly sad news. And so it's an honor to be her teammate, and I'll just continue to celebrate her life and just really lift up her family during this time.
No question about it. And our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family as well. Thank you for saying those things, Allison. Let's talk about some simple ideas on this Small Business Day. I mean, switching gears a little bit because it is coming up later this month. And you mentioned your daughter, who's 4 years old, and I know that there's plenty of parents out there that have either lemonade stands and car washing events. What kind of advice, or what are you thinking about when it comes to that kind of thing later on the Small Business Day later this month?
Yeah, I think as a parent, there is nothing that we enjoy more than really fostering those dreams and encouraging our kids to dream big. And so I have really just taken to that. I love that HP has all of these amazing resources that they offer for kids to be able to do that. And then also just making sure that I'm ready to go. I think there's nothing worse than having all this momentum and energy and then getting ready to design and, print signage and not having ink and paper. So I love that they have this amazing HP Instant paper add-on service where ink and paper is delivered straight to your home. So that hasn't been an issue in our household. But I'm just really excited to help my daughter. Obviously, business is important in my life, and I want her to have that same entrepreneurial spirit.
You've been involved in the Olympics. As I mentioned at the top, you're the most decorated American track and field Olympian of all time. Give me some amazing memories that you will never forget, some of the high points that come to mind when you think about your track and field career.
I think just everything the Olympic spirit embodies. I've had the best time competing in the most amazing places, meeting incredible friends, and just that thrill of being able to compete on that stage. It's something that I will never forget. I've learned so many lessons, and I feel so blessed to have been able to just represent my country.
Do you see your daughter as perhaps someone who may carry the torch, so to speak?
I'm definitely seeing athletic signs, but I just really want her to pursue whatever she wants to do. I'm getting her involved in all kinds of things, dance, and we're playing soccer, and so she'll have plenty of time for that when it comes around.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're in Memphis. We broadcast to Mississippi, Arkansas, West Tennessee. You know, we are friends with Rochelle Stevens, an Olympic gold medalist from back in the 90s when the games were in Atlanta. Have you ever been to the Memphis Mid-South area? If so, where'd you go?
I actually was just recently in Tennessee, visiting some friends. And so, yeah, it's an area that I get to every now and then, but I would love to come back more.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, Allison, this has been fantastic. Really appreciate you, and congratulations on all your success, both on and off the track. And God bless you and your family and your beautiful daughter. Thanks for taking time for us.
Of course. Thanks for having me this morning.
Okay, creating healthy boundaries. Boy, that is a goal for so many people. It doesn't really matter what age is either. I mean, when you're younger, when you're in your teens, your 20s, or even as older adults, we want to create healthy boundaries. Let's bring in right now Alice White. She's a counselor at Methodist Le Bonheur. Good morning, Alice. Let's talk about what healthy boundaries actually means. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Thanks so much for having me. So first of all, I'd like to kind of define even what is a boundary. And the APA defines a boundary as a psychological separation that protects the integrity of an individual or a group, or that it helps an individual or group set realistic expectations or limits on participation in a relationship or an activity.
So how do you know if you are one of those who really needs to, identify a healthy boundary and work towards that? I mean, how do you know if you don't have healthy boundaries, I guess?
So I want you to ask yourself a few questions. Maybe ask yourself, like, what is causing you stress right now? Maybe who or what drains your energy, but also who or what makes you feel supported. Those might be some questions that can help you figure out where you need to set boundaries.
Okay. All right. I'm following you so far. So, you know, we have the healthy boundaries. We want to set them. And sometimes we need others to kind of know that we're trying to set these healthy boundaries. What's the best way to tell them without, you know, upsetting them?
So we like to use, in the counseling realm, we like to use I statements. And so I would start out by coming from yourself. So I need X, Y, or Z. Try to be clear, straightforward, show them exactly what your boundary may look like. Being assertive and direct will help with clear communication, and also being firm in your communication to reiterate what your boundary is and what that expectation looks like.
My understanding is sometimes people feel guilty about telling folks, okay, hey, I need to set these healthy boundaries. How can we not feel guilty about doing this? I mean, it's about self-improvement and being self-aware and trying to make ourselves better for not just ourselves, but for everyone else, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest thing, I think, when we maybe break our own boundaries, is that feeling of guilt. And that's a really heavy emotion to feel. You know, maybe it's we feel we're making ourselves feel guilty, or the other person that we're setting a boundary, it makes us feel guilty. So kind of how to deal with that. Remember kind of the reason why you're setting the boundary. The big reason for me is to protect myself, right? So remembering that you're doing this for you and that it protects you. You're not trying to hurt another person. You're trying to protect yourself.
How often do we need to reevaluate our boundaries? I mean, you know, we could set it great in, 2 years ago, but then now some other issues have come up. Maybe we've changed jobs or what have you. How often should we reevaluate?
I would say in the beginning, when you set a new boundary, kind of checking in after you've implemented that boundary a few times. Check in and make sure, is this boundary working? Is it are people respecting my boundary? Am I holding up my own boundary? So I think early on, you want to check in with yourself. And then if you feel like it's not working or other people aren't respecting your boundary, then that's when you need to reevaluate your boundaries.
Gotcha. This is interesting stuff here, Alice. Where can we go to get some of the information you mentioned here? It'd be nice to maybe find a website to do that.
Yeah, so Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare has an online blog that you can go to, and I believe it's yourhealth.methodisthealth.org, and it has a lot of different articles on there, whether it's medical or mental health.
Okay, Alice White with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, counselor, talking about healthy boundaries. We appreciate your time, Alice. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
All right, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We know that temperatures are going to be heating up once again here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Summer, it's just a few weeks away. It starts next month. And, when we're dealing with summer, we like to be outside. We like to do fun activities. Well, here's the thing, though. We're going to be out in the sun, and all that extra time out in the sun, that can lead to some problems like skin cancer, melanoma. So right now, we are joined by Dr. Martin Fleming. He is the Division Chief for Surgical Oncology at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center to talk about the best ways to protect our skin. Dr. Fleming, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us. How dangerous are the sun's rays?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Well, as you said, we all like to get outside and have fun, and this is the time of year to do it as we gear up our spring and summer. But the sun can cause significant damage to your skin over time. And some of the problems it causes, some minor skin cancers are really more nuisances than life-threatening issues. But others, like melanoma, can truly be life-threatening. And, 10 to 12,000 people a year in the United States die of melanoma. So it's not an insignificant problem, and it's something to really be mindful of.
Yeah, I remember talking with a dermatologist a number of years ago and an oncologist, and they told me the exact same thing. People don't realize how deadly melanoma can be. Let's talk a little bit about how skin cancer can affect the body overall.
Sure. The skin is, we say, the largest organ of your body. It really is when you think of the surface area of the total body. And as styles have changed and activities have changed, styles being clothing styles have changed, the skin is more and more exposed to the sun than it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And then in this part of the country, in the Mid-South, there's a very large population of historically Scotch-Irish people with very fair complexions that migrated to the United States, immigrated to the United States, and migrated into the Deep South in the 1800s and became farmers. So we have a big population of people with skin that wasn't intended to be exposed to this kind of sun, who are over years getting a cumulative exposure that can cause some significant damage.
I know that there are certain types of skin cancer that are, I guess, more deadlier than others. Can you go through the basic types
Sure.
of skin cancer and who is most at risk?
Sure. Starting with the different types, the most common type of skin cancer that we encounter is basal cell carcinoma. Basal cell carcinoma is very frequent. Every dermatologist in the country takes care of them on a regular basis. They are often in older folks that have had a lot of sun exposure over time, and often on the face and forehead and scalp of people with a lot of sun exposure. They don't spread, with rare exceptions. They're a local nuisance that needs to be dealt with. They are cancers and they need to be removed. And if left untreated, they can become massive in size and a huge problem. But at their initial stages, they're very small and just need to be removed. The next is squamous cell carcinoma. It is also not very aggressive, usually also in a small office procedure, but there's a small, about 10% subset of those that actually can be very aggressive and spread to lymph nodes and cause life-threatening problems. But in general, basal cells and squamous cells are less concerning. Then less common, but much more aggressive, are something called Merkel cell carcinoma, which is very rare, but we see plenty of it because of sun exposure, and then melanoma, which is actually much more frequent than people might realize. Melanoma if found very, very early, is very curable, very treatable, and a procedure that's larger than an office procedure usually, but certainly an outpatient surgery that can take care of the situation permanently. If not treated, though, and progressing over time, it can spread rapidly and wildly throughout the body and become a life-threatening problem. So the people most at risk for all these types of skin cancers are the people with the most sun exposure over a long period of time. It's not a sunburn that you got 2 weeks ago or even last summer. It's sun exposure from a very early age. I grew up here in Memphis, and I mean, we didn't even know what sunscreen was when I was a kid. And sunscreen for me was a T-shirt. If you got too much sun, you just put on a T-shirt. But that kind of exposure over time, especially people with fair complexions, classically people with blue eyes or green eyes, red or auburn hair, blonde hair, and more than one significant sunburn as a child. I see patients, and they usually can tell me a story of some time when they had a sunburn that was bad enough that they were truly sick. They were in bed with blisters and feeling bad for several days. That type of sunburn is at an early age really sets people up for problems in the future. And so it really becomes a situation where vigilance and surveillance is the way to take care of it. We can't prevent them from happening from something that, sun exposure 30 years ago, but we know that if we find them early and we take care of them, they're definitely curable and treatable.
What about the symptoms? I've always heard that if you have a mole that's kind of growing, to maybe get it checked out by a dermatologist. Give me some ideas, some symptoms for folks.
Yeah. The things we see that melanoma can start from nothing, or it can be a mole or a freckle that starts to change over time. So some guidelines we tell people that are pretty easy to remember, and it's a rubric on purpose. The letter A stands for asymmetry. So if you have something that's not round or oval, but kind of a strange shape, sometimes going out in more than one dimension in a weird way. B is for border irregularity, meaning the edge of the pigmented lesion doesn't stop cleanly. It kind of feathers out and disappears into the normal looking skin. C is for color variation. If you have a lesion that has brown and black and sometimes even blue and red kind of mixed in it, that's a hint that something's going on. And then D is for diameter. And we usually use about a 5 millimeter diameter to start being concerned. 5 millimeters, I tell people, is about the size of a pencil eraser. So if you use that as kind of a size judgment. And then E is the one that's a little more nebulous, but I think it's helpful, is evolution, meaning it's changing over time. So no one thing that I've mentioned is a cause for concern necessarily. A lot of moles and freckles change over time. As children grow up, they sometimes get bigger. As we get older, we get new, pigmented areas and age spots, as we call them, and freckles from the sun. Those are okay. But if you start to see a lesion that's doing those things I described and looks that way, it's certainly important to just get it biopsied or get it removed. That takes 5 minutes in the office, and then the problem is either evaluated so we know what we're dealing with, or gone so you don't have to worry about it anymore. So those A, B, C, D, E is a great way to remember.
I got you. Okay, so now let's talk about ways to protect our skin this summer. I guess it starts with sunscreen SPF 30, right?
Well, yes, we can start there. I personally wear SPF 100. I really do. I don't want or need any more sun. And so when I get outside, I put on SPF 100. I actually do some volunteer surgery work in other parts of the world, and I'm sometimes at the equator, and I don't have the skin for equator sun. And so I wear SPF 100, and I come home with virtually no sun exposure at all. So it works. So sunscreen is really important. The other things you can do that are tangible that don't involve sunscreen is just being conscious of the sun. If you're at the beach, don't go out between noon and 3 or 10 and 2, we sometimes say. Use those hottest parts of the days to do something indoors. If you are at the beach, under the umbrella is great. You can still be out there. You can be part of it. There are some clothing, so you even have SPF built into them to protect you from the sun. Hats especially are great. And I tell people get hats with a brim on them. Otherwise, the back of your neck and the top of your ears are still going to get a lot of sun. So those are the kind of things that are just kind of common sense, easy things to do that allow you to be out, enjoy the outdoors, enjoy the sunshine, and not put yourself at risk. I'm a big advocate, especially when people have had a melanoma, they feel like they have to live in a cave. And I say, no, you don't. You know, go do the things you enjoy and live your life, but just be conscious of what the risks are and what sun exposure means, and make those interventions as you can.
We've talked about a lot, Dr. Fleming, with regards to protection, the problems, perhaps some solutions. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? It's been very interesting and I know helpful to our viewers. Thousands, by the way, join us here on the Digital Desk.
Well, I'm happy to be here and happy to answer questions. And I would just say, you know, if you have a concern, go see somebody. Don't feel like it's too small or too insignificant to have a lesion, a mole, or freckle evaluated. If you see something changing, go see somebody. If you have any concerns, go see your doctor. That's what we're here for. And if it's nothing to worry about, then you can go home, you know, comfortable that you've had it evaluated. Regular surveillance is very important. And if you're somebody that has had a sun exposure, even if you've never had skin cancer, but you know in your life growing up, you had significant sun exposure, I would say, you know, get a good dermatologist and go once a year, just once a year, to let them look you over. If things evolve so that you have a skin cancer problem, then they're going to want to see you more frequently. But just for surveillance with everything being okay, once a year trip is just like a checkup to your regular doctor. And it really is helpful, and because intervention is all about, you know, surveillance and finding things early.
Okay, Dr. Martin Fleming, the surgical oncologist, division chief at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. We really appreciate you. I know you also work at Regional One Health. Thanks very much for taking a few minutes and talking with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Sure, happy to do it. Thank you for having me.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in Northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May. The World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the First Alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
Nearly 28 million women suffer for painful uterine fibroids and a related condition. It's called endometriosis. Both cause some severe period pain and may lead to infertility. It was the subject of our Best Life report, and I want to tell you that there's new hope for those who have endured this kind of pain. Take a look.
Caitlin Winegrove is an elementary school teacher who one day hopes to have kids of her own.
In teaching first grade, it's very important that you move quickly and you show up with all of your energy every day.
But each menstrual period, she's sitting down from the pain of fibroid tumors and endometriosis.
I have had painful periods and intense cramping.
Fibroids are non-cancerous stalk-like growths inside the uterus. Endometriosis causes tissue to grow outside of the uterus.
With fibroid pain, people feel very heavy and like a pressure associated with it. With endometriosis pain, typically that's described as a burning or a sharp stabbing type of sensation.
Dr. Murphy performed Caitlin's minimally invasive procedure, revealing 10 fibroids. And
for her endometriosis, we were able to remove endometriosis from about 4 different locations in the pelvis.
Post-procedure, Dr. Murphy prescribed a new FDA-approved drug called Myfembree.
So the way it works is it decreases the brain's message to the ovaries to create estrogen. Estrogen stimulates endometriosis and fibroids to grow.
For Caitlin, it's been a lifesaver.
I haven't been experiencing really any cramping. I've had very light periods since starting it.
Myfembree was approved by the FDA in mid-2022. In addition to treating fibroids and endometriosis, the drug also serves as an alternative to birth control pills. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. Okay, the CDC says the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine is no longer available in the U.S. All remaining doses expired last week. CDC directed providers to dispose of any they had left over. Now that the public health emergency is over, the Moderna Pfizer COVID vaccines will remain free as long as federal supplies last. All right, we're hours away from the start of this year's World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. Dozens of teams, both international, local, regional, across the country, will compete for more than $100,000 in prizes. Kim Clark picked one of the oldest barbecue pits in the city to showcase the 5-star story here, Payne's Barbecue in Midtown.
Caitlin.
It's not unusual to see constant traffic in and out of this nondescript cinder block building on Lamar Avenue.
I would say we go through maybe 7 whole shoulders a day.
And sometimes, according to Payne's barbecue co-owner Ronald Payne, even that's not enough to feed all the hungry customers who show up for their world-famous and award-winning queue.
The pork and ribs, we're selling out and having to close up doors early because we can only cook so much every day. So,
topped with Payne's tangy mustard-based coleslaw, a family recipe, this sandwich is notorious.
Definitely our chopped pork sandwich is the biggest seller. That's what we're, famous for. We put a lot of love into what we do, and we make everything fresh.
Ronald says the secret to Payne's brand of deliciousness is all in their pit.
It's the preparation, the cooking, the time. It could be time consuming, but if you want the perfect flavor, it's gonna take some time to smoke it. So we say slow and low. We do charcoal, straight charcoal, and our pit is so old that I think it holds a lot of smoke and flavors.
Payne's restaurant was the dream of Horton Payne, Ronald's father.
And he started in 1972, 2 years after him and my mom married, and also the same year they had the first child, my sister, and it was my father, mother, and grandmother.
But when Horton died, 8 years after moving into the restaurant's current location, the dream lived on.
And he left us in '84, and my mom carried the torch, and along with my grandmother.
Ronald's mother, Flora, is still an important part of the restaurant business.
She's one of the only women in barbecue. She taught and still is teaching me everything I know about cooking barbecue, and she didn't have to do it, but she did it. She's just amazing woman.
And since Payne's is, first and foremost, a family business, Ronald's sister Candace has an important role as well.
Working with your family and having a legacy and something that you know is there for you and was made for you. I think my parents had my sister and I in mind when they started a business.
And what Ron and his family have in mind for their customers is satisfaction.
We hope that they're gonna go and tell a friend, and a friend will tell a friend, and that's how it's been. And we've always survived off of word of mouth. I always think about my dad's vision. When he first opened, somebody told him he wouldn't survive a year, and we're here 51 years later.
Payne's Barbecue, making us proud they've called the Mid-South home for more than 50 years. Kim Clark, Action News 5.
A major announcement from South Haven Mayor Darren Musselwhite. He has plans for what he calls an upscale hotel in DeSoto County. He posted this rendering of the Embassy Suites Hotel that'll connect with the Landers Center with a covered walkway. The mayor says the $65 million development will include a 7-story hotel, restaurant, meeting space, lazy river resort style swimming pool too. The mayor says this project will become a cornerstone of future development. Construction on the hotel Landers Center expansion is set to start later this year. Renovations are now officially underway at the National Civil Rights Museum at the Legacy Building, Founders Park. They held a groundbreaking ceremony yesterday to kick off the project. It's expected to take about 2 years, should be open by June of 2025. Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation providing nearly $10 million to create the Blue Cross Healthy Park, the third Blue Cross Blue Shield park in Memphis. One school board member and current mayoral candidate said she would love to see more parks like this.
I would love to see Memphis-Shelby County Schools create a very Memphis-centric curriculum around civil rights. We have the National Civil Rights Museum here. It is a jewel in this effort, and so we need to make it a part of our regular curriculum.
When the park opens, it'll be renamed Blue Cross Healthy Space at Founders Park. Priscilla Presley has settled the dispute over her late daughter Lisa Marie Presley's estate. Lisa Marie, you'll recall, died in January following an apparent cardiac arrest at her California home. Priscilla was disputing a 2016 amendment to her daughter's will that stated Lisa Marie removed her mother and former business manager as co-trustees, replacing them with her children in a petition. But Priscilla said she did not receive the amendment to the will while her daughter was alive as required by her trust, and that her name was misspelled on the document. It was not witnessed or notarized either. In a court hearing, Priscilla's attorney told a judge the parties had reached an agreement pertaining to the trust. The details were not discussed. This year, TCAP scores are in. The results are extremely important for third graders. If those students don't score high enough on the English language arts portions, they could be held back a year. On Monday, many school systems sent out emails and letters to the third grade parents about their child's results. Students who did not get proficiency will be able to go through summer school, or they could retake those sections May 24th through May 26th. Good news here, an update story we brought you. The organ pipes stolen from Calvary Episcopal Church, they were found. That church is on North 2nd Street. They were loaded into a Penske truck, about to be shipped to Massachusetts for restoration when someone stole the truck. Investigators say the truck was found in Raleigh. Church leaders say most of the pipes were still there. About 15 boxes are missing. Church says employees with Spencer Organ Company loaded the pipes and organ parts on a new truck that's currently on its way to Boston. All right, physical therapy, invasive foot surgery. They've long been the standards for care to repair an Achilles tendon, but this morning I want to tell you about a much less invasive procedure which repairs the Achilles tendon right in the doctor's office. This was the subject of an incredible Best Life report. Check this out.
Barbara Lankes is a triathlete, swimming, biking, and running long distances. But over time, she was plagued with leg and foot injuries.
As you get older, you become less pliable, less flexible. You're more prone to those injuries. I've had this injury to both my Achilles since 2008, since my first marathon. And I've been just kind of suffering through it.
Unable to even climb the stairs, Barbara considered her standard treatment options of physical therapy and invasive surgery.
When the doctor offered me like door number 3, option number 3, I took it.
We performed a percutaneous tenotomy procedure, which is a big mouthful for a small surgery.
Doctors use the small needle under ultrasound to penetrate the scar tissue, blocking the tendon.
The procedure reestablishes that blood flow, and it does mechanically break up the scar tissue to a degree, and that allows the body to take over and heal and remodel the tendon.
There is no general anesthesia, general surgery, or prolonged healing time, and it's performed in the office.
I'm a very prepared person, so I brought my crutches. I thought I wasn't going to be able to weight bear, and I stood up and I could walk.
Okay, a Memphis organization that helps people gain control of their finances is amping up one of its programs, Rise Memphis. It's an acronym for Realizing Income Stability Empowerment. The CEO says that the organization offers 5 different financial programs, including their signature program, Save Up, which just added a new component. Listen.
I have recently entered into a partnership with My City Rides, where individuals can now purchase scooters.
Okay, Save Up is a match savings account program that helps low-wage earners purchase assets. My City Rides makes reliable transportation affordable and ownership possible for those in the workforce. Assets like scooters can be purchased through the money participants have allotted through the program. All right, a Mississippi native is headed to the Voice finale. We're talking about Samuel Wright, who goes by the stage name Noiva. Make it to the finals during this week's show. She's from Meridian, Mississippi, lives in Austin, Texas now. Another Mississippi native, Holly Grant, came up short in her efforts to advance, so Noiva will perform for votes in the live finale next week. Let's get another look at our forecast right now as we take a live look from our High Five camera. Downtown Memphis, it is going to be a warmer day today and a much less humid day. Good stuff there. Meteorologist Spencer Denton has details.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May. The World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the First Alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
All right, let's talk about the fraud alert that is currently an issue here across the country. From crypto to cash apps, AARP Fraud Watch Network is revealing the latest fraud tactics right here, right now, because they are going on attack. Scammers are constantly looking for their next victim, and we want to do a deep dive on all this with Kathy Stokes. She's the director of fraud prevention programs at AARP. I'm so glad she's back with us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Kathy, good morning. Nice to have you again. Let's talk about this latest scam and maybe the big problems with these scams in the U.S. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad that we're talking about this today. It's really important to spread the word.
I agree. So what is the surefire way? Because I know there's several different ways to really kind of know something is a scam. What is a surefire way that we can tell people, hey, watch out for this? It's an immediate red flag that this is a scam.
Yeah, there is an immediate red flag, and I hope what I'm saying is actually something that will work. We got to try something, right? We know that the criminals use our emotions against us. They know that this is the way our brain works, that if we're in a heightened emotional state, then we're more likely to believe anything they're telling us. So when you get that communication out of the blue, that makes you panic or makes you very afraid or maybe really excited because you just won a lot of money. Understand that that is the tactic among criminals, and don't engage to begin with.
Exactly. And we know that a lot of people like to dabble in cryptocurrency, but for some reason, cryptocurrency is involved in a lot of scams too. Tell me more.
Well, there's a lot going on in the crypto space. None of us really know a ton about it, and the criminals will take advantage of that. One thing we're seeing is crypto ATM machines popping up everywhere. I mean, just pull your map up and put crypto ATM machine and you'll see it. And the criminals are able to convince people that to pay for whatever problem that they need to address right away, go to the bank, take out cash, go to the crypto ATM machine, put that cash in the machine, send it to a wallet via a QR code, and that money's gone. And they're also doing investment schemes, trying to get people to believe that they've made a ton of money themselves and they can teach them how, but it's all completely fraudulent, and the money invested and the money that you think you're getting in returns is not real.
You know, I've heard, Kathy, several times about gift cards and Venmo and Cash App and other different money apps that are used for fraud. Tell me some good red flags that people can watch out for when it comes to that, because it seems like Venmo is used so frequently these days.
Well, you know, and it's really out there as a convenience for, you know, sharing costs among friends or family. And when it's used in another way, if someone is convincing you that there's a big financial problem you have to address right away and to send that money by a peer-to-peer payment app, it's a scam. Same stands if they say that the best way to get that money right away to solve the problem is to buy a gift card and share the number off the back. Good news on that, 75% of people in our survey know that that's a scam, but we still saw $250 million in reported losses to gift card fraud last year.
Wow, that's a lot. It's extraordinary, and I hate to hear it. Why don't people report more scams? Are they just embarrassed?
Yeah, and you know, it's our tendency to blame victims, and so they blame themselves. And especially if you're an older adult, and older adults are far more likely to lose a lot of money to the fraud, even though younger people experience it more often. But they may be afraid that their adult kids will think there's something wrong, that they're not able cognitively to deal with their finances anymore, and that couldn't be any further from the truth. But that fear will stop people from reporting.
What else can we talk about, Kathy, to warn people out there with regards to this? Because as you've been saying, fraud is such an issue right now. It's so prevalent, especially with the demo that AARP serves.
We need to understand that fraud is a crime, that the crime itself is highly sophisticated these days, that it's largely the space of transnational criminal enterprises. And so it's us as an individual against that. Understand it is not that victim's fault. They didn't miss something. This is just something that the criminals do that they're really good at. We have to start understanding it for the crime it is. Treat victims with empathy, convince them to report to the police because it is a crime and they do want a record of that. And we just need to change this narrative. It is not the fraud victim's fault.
Is there a place where people can go online, get some more information about all this fraud and various scams out there?
Yeah, you can go to aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork. While you're there, you can sign up for biweekly alerts from us that just keep you mindful that fraud is happening. It'll tell you about what the new schemes are, and then share that. The more we talk about fraud, the less likely we are to engage in the fraud attempts.
Okay, Kathy Stokes, Director of Fraud Prevention Programs at AARP. Always a great conversation. Always great to have you on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Great to be here again. Thank you.
This time of year is when people really like to spend a lot of time outside, whether that's camping, hiking, you name it. People like to enjoy this nice weather. But of course, you always have to worry about risks, things like Lyme disease and ticks this time of year. So joining me now to talk a little bit more about this is Dr. Jeff Mullins. He is a primary care physician with Methodist Medical Group. Dr. Mullins, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. It's a beautiful day outside.
I know. Let's just take another live look and just take it in and enjoy this, because I hate that I'm inside stuck at work right now, but I'm looking forward to a really nice weekend. I'm probably planning to be out in nature. So, of course, the focus this morning is talking about ticks, Lyme disease. I guess to just start things off, let's just talk about, a lot of people hear about Lyme disease, but what exactly is it?
Lyme disease is a bacterial infection that's carried by ticks. Predominantly the Burgdorferi tick, or what some people call the deer tick. It's a pretty common disease, actually. It's a lot more common than people think. It's just not as common down here in the South as it is up in the Northeast and the upper Midwest. There's a lot of discrepancy. If you go online and do a little research, a lot of discrepancy in the number of cases that you see every year. And it is a reportable disease, but unfortunately, I think the method of reporting to the CDC is not very good. The CDC says that there's about 35,000 cases a year, which is significant. But researchers have found, by looking through insurance records of where people have actually been treated for Lyme disease, the number is closer to over 400,000 cases a year, excuse me. And so there's this big discrepancy in the number of cases. Fortunately for us in the Mid-South, the vast majority, over 90% of the cases, are going to be in New England and the upper Midwest. But it does occur in the South, and it is a concern this time of the year, as ticks are a real problem for those who garden or those who live in the country, and those who camp and go fishing and hunting and these kind of things. You're going to encounter ticks this year. It's going to be a pretty bad tick year. We've already starting to see people come into the office with tick bites.
You know, it's surprising to me, because you say it's not as common down here. I would think with so many outdoor opportunities and things like that, that it maybe would be a little bit more common. But I guess the big thing, people want to know, how do I protect myself? Because we like to spend time outside when it's nice. What is the best thing that you can do to protect yourself?
Well, wearing proper clothing when you're actually going to be in contact with tall weeds, brush, being out in the woods, it's not as much of a problem if you're walking across someone's manicured lawn or hanging out by the pool as it's going to be if, like I said, you're tramping through the woods or on a trail. Ticks like to get on weeds and bushes that are near where people or animals will actually walk by and brush them. And I've actually seen them on the edge of a weed with their arms up like this, just waiting for something to come in contact with something. So the best thing to do is to wear proper clothing, and by proper clothing, if you're going to be in a tick infested area, one of the things you may want to consider doing is wearing long pants and long sleeve shirt. Now, it gets really hot in the summer and the peak of tick season, and that's kind of a tough thing to do. And you got to be careful about overheating as well. So if you're going to be in an area where you may contact ticks and you're going to wear long sleeves, long pants to do things like gardening, you need to be out there for early in the morning doing it before it gets too hot. But if you're going to be out, you're just a regular person out tramping in the woods on a beautiful summer day, you probably want to make sure that you're using a insect repellent that contains DEET, and you want to make sure that you spray on your exposed skin areas, not only to protect you from ticks, of course, but from things like chiggers and mosquitoes. Mosquitoes can carry things like West Nile fever and encephalitis, so you don't want to be getting bit by mosquitoes either. But the same insect repellent will work on ticks as well. We would take our socks and pull them over the end of our pants legs so nothing could crawl up into them. Honestly, it looks kind of goofy, but it does work to prevent you from getting ticks on you. But using DEET around the cuffs of your pants and around your waist and around on your arms, it will be pretty protective for repelling ticks. And that's what I recommend is a good insect repellent.
Some good advice. I know that I've been that one myself, that when I've gone out hiking, I wear, kind of some lightweight hiking pants, and then I do pull the socks over because it works. I think it's a good tip, It
does work.
Yeah. And so I'm going to use the trick with a DEET too as well, because obviously mosquitoes are bad enough here, and if that's an extra layer to protect me from ticks, then I'm saying count me in. I will ask, though, are there usually common places where people will find ticks? Because when you go out and you're hiking or you're camping and whatnot, are there certain places on your body that you need to make sure that you're checking when you come back inside? What advice would you have for that?
Yeah, first of all, if you've been outside and you've been in the woods or you've been doing some gardening where you're concerned that you may have come in contact with ticks, the first thing you want to do when you come inside is you want to go into the bathroom, take off your clothes, okay? And one of the things I advise is don't take off your clothes and throw them into the dirty clothes hamper, okay? Take off your clothes and shake them over your bathtub, because there can be ticks in your clothing. And if they're not on you, but they're in your clothing, guess what they're going to do when you put them in the hamper? They're going to crawl out and wait to get on you at some other time. And so shake your clothing out over the bathtub. You'll see anything that falls out, and you actually just wash it down the drain if that occurs. And then get in the mirror and do an inspection of your body. Someone who's hair challenged like me doesn't have this issue, but there are many, many, many people that have very thick hair. And if it gets into your scalp and starts to attach there, you may not even know it until it's been on you for quite some time. Early detection of a tick attaching to you is important. Some experts believe that a tick has to be on you for about 24 hours before you can actually be infected with a tick-borne disease like Lyme disease. So getting the tick off of you in a prompt manner is very important. While we're talking about that, what do you do if you find a tick? Okay, well, there's lots of old country kind of things that people do. Paint the tick with nail polish so it suffocates and backs out. Touching it, lighting a match, blowing it out, and touching to the back of the tick. I don't recommend any of these things, because if you disturb the tick to that degree, it can actually regurgitate into your body and what might have not been a disease-causing exposure may then become one. What you want to do is you want to take a pair of tweezers and you want to get as close to the head as you can, clamp down on the head and as gently as possible, but pull back very slowly. Don't jerk it out. Pull back very slowly. The tick will release, and then you need to dispose of the tick. There's a few ways you can do that. They're very difficult to crush. They have a very, very hard shell. You can do it, but it's very, very hard to do. We live out in the country, and we have a septic system. So what I do is I flush it down the toilet, because once it goes down the toilet, it's not coming out anywhere and getting anybody else. The other thing you probably want to be considerate of this time of year are your pets. Okay, they have lots of products now that repel ticks and fleas and these kind of things off your animals. But it's not a bad idea if your dog's been out rolling around the yard and that kind of stuff when they come in, just to give them a quick brush down. And because if the tick gets on the animal and it tries to implant, and this medication it's on causes the tick to be repelled, it'll drop off the dog in your home, and then you have a problem. So kind of giving Rover a quick once over with a brush to knock off any ticks that may have attached, may have climbed onto your dog is not a bad idea either. Another thing you can do, I think in family medicine, we're real big in prevention. And one of the things you can do to prevent this from becoming a problem is treat your yard. And there are several good products. Some of them are granular, some of them are sprays. You want to be careful if you have small children. You want to read labels about how long after you apply something to your yard before you can let your pets come in contact with it. But they have some very good products that are very good at killing things like ticks, so that your yard won't be a problem. And I highly recommend doing that this time of year as well.
Good advice. And I know you were talking about, I think a lot of people's first instinct when they have a tick on them is try to get it off of them as quickly as possible. So that was some good advice with the tweezers and making sure that it's a slow process. I'm wondering though, I've heard about people doing this too, if they do find a tick on them and they remove it, to maybe put it in a Ziploc bag in case, if there's a way to identify if maybe it would be one of those ticks that would have Lyme disease. Is that something that people should think about doing if they're concerned about it? Yes or no?
Not really. I mean, the vast majority of tick bites do not result in any disease, and that we probably should talk about that as well. When do you get concerned if you have had a tick on you? What do you need to do after you remove it? First thing, let's talk about something that's very common, and it's a skin reaction to the proteins that are in the saliva of the tick. These are not proteins that belong in your body. Your body sometimes is very adept at recognizing this and can react to it quite vigorously. It's not uncommon that some hours after you've removed a tick, you'll look down there and there'll be a red spot and you go, oh my gosh, it's giving me something. Not really. That's probably more of an allergic reaction, a tissue reaction to what we call arthropod proteins that are in the saliva of the tick. So what you want to do is just watch that area. It's okay. It's not a bad idea after you remove the tick to put a little dab of antibiotic ointment on there, but that won't prevent that kind of reaction, because the reaction is not an infection. The reaction is almost like an allergic reaction. With Lyme disease, the classic presentation is that red spot will develop kind of a target lesion, looks like a bullseye. That should be a big concern if you develop a bullseye type of lesion where you've removed a tick. But the more also classic presentation is what we call erythema migrans, which in Latin just means migrating redness. And so from the red spot that's there initially, you see this red area just spreading out from it. It typically doesn't hurt, and it typically doesn't itch. That should be a concern. All tick-borne illnesses have some common features, rash being one of them. There's different rashes, for example, for Rocky Mountain spotted fever than there for Lyme disease, but a lot of the tick-borne illnesses will have a rash, fever, headache, and joint pains. And as clinician, we look for at least 3 out of 4 of those as a measure of concern. So if you have someone that got a tick bite, they may not even have a rash. They may have removed a tick, and then maybe a week later, they're feeling bad. They're feeling run down. They're having a headache. They're having some joint pains, and they're having low-grade fever. Well, guess what? We still got COVID around, and those can be signs of COVID as well. So always keep in mind, hey, it could be COVID. Do a home test to make sure. But contact your physician or your nurse practitioner and say, look, I got bit by a tick. I didn't really have much of a reaction to it initially, but now I'm not feeling good. I'm running a little bit of a fever, and I'm kind of achy, and I have kind of a headache. Those are all warning signs to a clinician that you may have encountered a tick-borne illness. Testing for Lyme is a little sketchy. About 50% of cases will not be detected early. They'll be detected late. So this clinical suspicion based on symptoms is very important. So if you have these kind of symptoms, and again, just to reiterate, rash, fever, headache, joint pains, 3 out of the 4 is enough to really have a strong clinical suspicion. But as usual, if in doubt, contact your healthcare provider and talk to them about what's happened and maybe come in and be checked out.
Some good advice for sure. And obviously, the big thing that we're trying to do today is know how to prevent this. How do you keep from getting Lyme disease? But if someone does, in fact, get Lyme disease, what kind of impact does that have? What does it do to the body?
Well, there's 2 considerations. One, if you develop symptoms, classic symptoms, and you're treated, you really shouldn't have any long-term, what we call sequela, things that happen to you long-term from Lyme. But the problem is where Lyme goes untreated. You can imagine if you got bit by a tick and you didn't break out in a rash, you kind of got a little headachy, a little tired, maybe some joint pains, a little low-grade fever. You might think you're coming down with something. And then if those symptoms kind of clear and you never got treatment, you're going to forget about it. And then weeks or months later, Lyme can really cause problems with significant joint inflammation, cardiovascular issues can occur. So you don't want to get to a point where that happens. Again, prevention, not getting bit by a tick at all is obviously the best thing to do. But if you do get bit by a tick, watch out for those symptoms. And if in doubt, see your healthcare provider. Now, some patients freak out when they get bit by a tick. They're so frightened because they've heard horrible things about Lyme disease, and untreated Lyme disease can be a horrible disease, but it's actually quite uncommon. Okay, so the chances are you won't get Lyme disease if you get a tick. But if you develop any of those symptoms, just seek attention promptly and you should be fine. But long-term problems from having untreated Lyme disease can be quite significant. One of the things that's discouraging to me as a clinician is there are some providers in the country that have kind of made a cottage industry as labeling people as having chronic Lyme disease based on the fact that they have antibodies to the Lyme organism. Well, having antibodies doesn't necessarily confirm infection. And there is absolutely no clinical data that these people need to be on long-term antibiotics for the rest of their lives. Chances are, even if you're detected somewhat late and you've developed some of these more significant symptoms, you can still be treated with infection. The weird thing about Lyme disease is in people who aren't treated promptly, even if they're treated successfully later and there's no indication that the organism is still in their body, it seems to kind of set up this resonance in the body where they continue to have symptoms sometimes for years, and they can become disabled with it. So again, prevention, not getting Lyme disease in the first place, is step number one. But we're going to get ticks. Okay, I get them, and I'm fully aware of how to avoid them, and I'll still get one now and then. The best thing to do is to be aware of what to watch out for and to seek medical attention promptly if you develop any of these symptoms of a tick-borne illness.
And that's why this conversation is so important this morning. But while we have you here, Dr. Mullins, any other kind of summer safety tips you want to make sure that we hit on?
Well, yes, like I said, protecting yourself from mosquitoes, from things like West Nile virus and encephalitis is important. Obviously, most people get bit by a mosquito, don't get sick, but this is an avoidable thing with the kind of insect repellents that we have. So I do that. The biggest problem in the Mid-South this time of year, as we get into the really hot days, it's heat exhaustion and heat stroke. So you want to be really careful, particularly if you already have health problems or you're older. You want to be careful about getting overheated, but young people can get dangerously overheated as well, outside playing hard in the sun and these kind of things. Take breaks, get in the shade, hydrate very well. It's generally not necessary for most of us to drink electrolyte replacement type of beverages. If we just keep well hydrated, most of us get more than enough salt and potassium in our diet. We don't really have to worry about drinking the electrolyte replacement solutions. But protecting against dehydration, heat exhaustion, and God forbid heat stroke, which kills people in the Mid-South every year, we really need to be cautious with that. Also, while we're along those lines, there are people in our community who don't have air conditioning. There are elderly people in our community who don't have air conditioning. If you know some of these people, if they're your neighbors, your friends, your relatives, as we get into the hot part of the year, please check on them and make sure that they're okay. And offer them a place to stay if you can when it gets really hot if they don't have air conditioning. And of course, the city and the county will open up shelters during some of these times as well. But when you compare the yearly toll from things like ticks in Shelby County, mosquitoes in Shelby County, and heat in Shelby County, heat beats them all.
Yeah, definitely important to make sure you're staying hydrated, because a lot of times that kind of thing can sneak up on you and you don't realize how dehydrated you are. Yeah. So, Dr. Mullins, I appreciate you taking some time this morning to share this information with our viewers. It was really good to talk to you, and you have a great morning, all right?
Thank you. You too.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare hosts a Camp Bravehearts. They've been doing this for many, many years. This is such an amazing experience, and it's for children ages 6 to 16 who have experienced a loss or bereavement. And it's been going on for quite a bit of time. I can remember doing stories years ago about it. And all I hear is that people who have attended this camp say that it's helped them so much. Let's bring in the camp director, Mark Smith, now on the digital desk to talk more about this year's camp. Mark, good morning to you. We have thousands of people who watch us here on the digital desk each and every morning. Can you fill them in on exactly what Camp Braveheart is? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having us on today. Camp Bravehearts is a free 3-day camp for children and teens ages 6 to 16 who have experienced the death of a family member or friend within generally the past 2 years prior to attending camp. It's staffed by a team of trained professionals and volunteers, and we spend those 3 days together learning to deal with their grief. We do that in several ways. One way is simply normalization. Truthfully, no one in society lives very long without being touched by loss of some kind, but as a society, we do a very poor job of acknowledging grief and loss. It's something we tend to keep behind closed doors and try to deal with on our own. We stuff it down and don't acknowledge it at all. So one thing that camp does just right from the start is it normalizes it. Everyone there, even our staff, have been touched by losses. So we normalize that grief. We come together as a group of staff and children and teens, and we acknowledge the grief rather than stuffing it down and pretending it isn't there. And beyond that, we work toward expressing the emotions that comes with grief in healthy ways rather than destructive ways. And we do that through a variety of activities that may speak to a particular teen or child in ways such as expressive art, expressive music, fun, a group, physical. When you think of a camp, those sorts of camp activities, and sharing memories and stories of our loved ones.
I can't imagine anyone at the ages of 6 to 16 who have lost someone so near and dear to their hearts, perhaps a parent, a brother and sister. It just is devastating for that. And for you guys to organize this kind of camp is so great, making it free and open to anyone. But I know May 26th is when registration closes, so people need to begin registering now for this camp that is from June 21st through the 23rd. Tell me about the coping skills that you guys, you and your staff try to teach at the camp, Mark.
For sure. First is simply acknowledging it. So again, many people are taught that we should pretend our grief isn't there, that simply to go on and be strong. Be strong is something that you hear quite often when it comes to grief. And unfortunately, many people hear be strong and they feel like, well, that means I have to put on a brave face. I have to act as if I'm not feeling all of these things that I am feeling, but I'm supposed to be strong. There's this expectation put on me. And so I can't let anybody see that. I can't let anybody know what I'm feeling inside. So again, from the beginning, just normalizing that what you feel in grief is part of grief. It's okay to feel. It's okay to express it. No, we do want to express in healthy ways. One emotion that people may feel with grief, sometimes we feel angry about the loss. And certainly there are healthy ways to express anger, and there are unhealthy and destructive ways to express anger. So we talk about that. We have some examples. One activity that we do every year involves going to the edge of a lake, and we have an emotion that we write. And for different campers, it's different what that emotion is, but a difficult, big emotion they've been holding on to. And we write that onto a rock, and we do a physical activity of throwing that rock into the lake to represent being able to let that out. So for someone who's holding on perhaps to anger, that physical emotion of throwing the rock in a safe place, the lake, instead of at someone, is a healthy way, for example, to let that anger out. And also that physical activity, there's an actual energy release there. We also talk about coping through art, coping through music. Now, not everyone, will that speak to. So we talk about other ways. We have a child life specialist who's a part of our team, and she's going to be doing programming with our age groups about that. We have a music therapist that is coming over from Le Bonheur. He's going to be spending time talking about how music becomes a part of your coping, even if you're not making music yourself, how you can integrate music into your coping. We have other activities that we do that are specifically geared to talking about if you're having big feelings, what are some ways, a menu, if you will, of expressing those and coping with those that acknowledges, lets the feeling come, and lets you process, think through, express in healthy ways, rather than keeping it bottled up inside, rather than turning yourself into a human pressure cooker, if you will, waiting for it to just explode.
We're talking about Camp Bravehearts with the camp director, Mark Smith. Camp Bravehearts, 3-day free camp, June 21st to 23rd, a safe space for emotional healing after the death of a family member for anyone who's 6 to 16. I know it's at For the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. That's a beautiful campus, and it feels like you're out in the woods when you're actually in the city of Memphis, but it's beautiful, and there's so many great things for the kids to participate in. Tell me what you notice about campers as they participate in various studies and activities there at the camp during Camp Bravehearts.
Well, Andrew, kids are kids, and on day one, we see a variety of personalities, just what you'd expect from a group of kids and teens. When we first welcome kids into camp, For the Kingdom has a great facility, and so there's, we'll have some different, we'll have volleyballs, basketballs, different things that the kids can do just to kind of, as they acclimate to being on site there. And you'll see some who are open and playful and quickly making friends and being loud like kids and teens do. Some are quiet and reserved and kind of hanging out on the edges, a little more introverted. But pretty early in the day, we have an activity, again, that acknowledges that elephant in the room, that we are all there. We're having fun, and everyone there, even our staff, all of our campers, have had a loss. And we begin to normalize. And as we keep doing activities, some fun, some serious, some physical activities that then we can make connections back to loss and expression and feeling, some that are very focused on different aspects of loss and expression and emotion. You might see common ground between the campers begin to form, just maybe over, you like Pokemon or you like soccer, so do I, and it's friendships that begin to form. Maybe it's, you lost your mom, I lost my mom, and common ground begins to form. Friendships begin to form. Campers begin to find that it's okay and it's safe to share because everybody here has had a loss, and nobody's going to judge me for what I feel in this place. So over the time together, then we begin to see some victories. Maybe it's a small victory where just someone who's been quiet through several sessions realizes that it's safe to share, and maybe they speak up and they share something that's on their mind. Maybe it's a larger victory. Maybe it's somebody who's really nervous, maybe about one of the physical activities. There's a climbing wall activity, and maybe somebody who's nervous about that, they take a small step. Maybe it's just they walk up to the wall and they literally take one step up off the ground, and that's the victory. And that's a huge victory because their friends that they've been with in their group are cheering them on and supporting them, not in a judgmental way, but just, hey, you can do this. We're here with you, which also is parallel to grief. Hey, we're in this together. We're here with you. So sometimes we also see big victories in the emotional front, like, hey, I've never really shared how I felt before. Now I feel like I can. And not just here at camp. Maybe I can go back and tell other friends or my family how I feel. These are the changes that we can see over our time together.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate everything you and your staff does for this camp and for so many Memphians and families out there that are going through such a devastating loss. Where can people sign up? Where can they get more information about Camp Bravehearts? And is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
They can go to methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. All our information for registration is on our website there. And also, if anyone would like to sponsor our camp, it is free for campers due to generous donations through the Methodist Foundation and the Methodist Golf Classic. So information about how to sponsor campers on the webpage. We're actually going to, Andrew, we're going to extend that registration out to May 31st, just to try to get even more. We're having great response. We want to get even more response to our camp. Just the last thing that I would share for everyone who's listening is grief is a normal and natural reaction to loss. And Methodist Healthcare wants to partner with our community to walk through that with you. So please check out our website. And if you know a child or a teen who's had a loss, please send them our way.
Okay, well, listen, Mark Smith, we really appreciate you. Camp Bravehearts Program Director, thank you for all that you do for the community and Camp Bravehearts. Again, that registration deadline has been extended until the very end of May, May 31st. The camp, again, June 21st to 23rd for the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. Mark, good luck this year. Thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in Northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May, the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the First Alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
Well, as meteorologist Spencer Denton said, it's hot, it's humid. Sometimes it can get a little muggy outside, and there's a lot of sweating going on. But you know who's cool, calm, collected each and every Tuesday morning? My friend Talisa Franklin joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk from the studios of WAVN The Trend. Talisa, what's happening? I know you're busy right now. This is a busy time of the year for you.
It is. And you know what? I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world, right? I love this time of the year. It's like I got more stuff on my plate, Andrew, because I understand that I got to do something to make sure that I'm helping people, pushing people to their purpose. And that's what's happening. You know, even though I'm busy with Juneteenth, and I'm telling y'all all the good things about Juneteenth. Oh, I'm so excited, right? But this Saturday, I just wanted to personally invite you to a mental health, the keys to a mental health. Y'all know I'm all about this mental health because I believe that we can be the best persons that we can be if we take care of our mental health. And so I'm excited for Pastor Quentin and First Lady Smith for inviting me to come out on this Saturday to do a workshop, y'all. It's going to be power-packed. Great information. I know that people's lives will be changed when we get through because I want you to understand how to unlock those things in your life that is you thought that was locked out. And more so, I want you to take back those keys. If you're giving people those keys to control you, no longer they can control you and your mental health. You have the key to your mental health. So I want to invite you. Registration is absolutely free. Cost you absolutely nothing but your time to spend your Saturday morning with me. Yeah, spend your Saturday morning with me. So we're going to do that. Greater Payne Chapel AME. I'm excited. Thank you all for having me on this Saturday. You want to be in the place? Go ahead and register. Reach out to the church, and definitely I cannot wait to see y'all on this Saturday as we just dive into getting our mental health all safe, all great, all again. Yeah. So I'm excited about that. But then y'all know Juneteenth is coming up, right? Juneteenth. Yes, I get really excited about Juneteenth. Let me tell you why I get excited about Juneteenth. Because Juneteenth in Memphis is just not about one day, and we celebrate that, but the whole month, y'all. We have so many great things planned. And so one thing that we needed to combat, and we started it last year, was there's infant mortality is happening right here in our city. And so we said, what can we do? What can we give moms the freedom of? So last year we had a pleasure of doing a community baby shower empowerment luncheon. It was absolutely beautiful, right? We had mental health partners. We had partners that was giving all the good information you need to make sure that you're a great mommy in this season. There was so many health and wellness vendors and so many people that's giving out free information and free stuff. And we had a great time. We had the 360 going on. We had great entertainment. We had great food. I'm so grateful. We have it at one of Memphis's premier facilities, the Kent in the Snuff District. But listen, if you're pregnant, and you got a little bundle of joy in your belly, I want you to register, and I want to personally invite you to our community baby shower empowerment luncheon. Listen, go ahead and register, and we'll send you all the information because we want to give you an amazing shower that you can say, man, Memphis did it for me. One of the joys, Andrew, that I got last year one of the mommies walked up to me and she said, thank you. She said, she thanked me for giving her a baby shower that she said she never could have afforded to have for herself. And that touched my heart because we just don't do it to do it. We do it with the spirit of excellence, excellence venue, excellence food, excellence experience, excellence community partners. And so many parents walked away with resources they had no clue that was available. And so Juneteenth means freedom. And we have to give these little babies the freedom to live, the freedom to thrive, and not just survive when their mommy bring them in this world. And so if you are pregnant or know somebody that is pregnant, take my personal invite. I invite them to be a part of the community baby shower, but you got to register so I can know how to provide the best experience for you. And that's how we kicking off Juneteenth. And then y'all know this year we're celebrating 30 years in Memphis. It makes my heart feel good to say 30 years in Memphis. So what do you mean? If you want to celebrate with us, we're doing a commemorative edition publication. If you have a business, you have a brand, you have something, maybe your parents or your grandparents celebrated Juneteenth with us and they're not here, and you want to make sure their voice and their face is in this piece, or you have a business and you want to say, Talisa, I stand with you with Juneteenth. And so I want to make sure I have something in this commemorative edition. This is going to be a way for everybody in the world to see how Memphis do it. And we do it really, really big. So I want to invite you all to get something in the commemorative edition. If you're a small business, micro business, or a Fortune 500 business, you got to have your brand in this edition, right? Go ahead to it. And these proceeds literally helps our scholarship fund that we do to bless young people throughout the year. And drum roll, I am excited to announce that in Memphis, we celebrate Juneteenth all year long. In Shelby County, we celebrate Juneteenth all month long in the month of June. Thank you, Mayor Jim Strickland. Thank you, Mayor Lee Harris, for making sure that we are holding the brand of our city up. And so y'all, as you see, there's events planned all month long. And so I know that there's so many other people that's doing great things for Juneteenth, right? And so what I want to do, I want you guys to go to our website, Memphis Juneteenth, send us the information so that we can list your event on the website, because we are so proud to be the official observance for Juneteenth in Memphis and Shelby County, the Memphis Juneteenth Festival. But one thing about our mayors and everybody at the table, we want to make sure it's equity, inclusion, and we want to include everybody. And so whether you in North Memphis, South Memphis, East Memphis, and there is going to be celebrations going on all over our city, and there's going to be one website you can go to, Memphis Juneteenth, and find all those places how you can celebrate Juneteenth, y'all. This year, we were doing Juneteenth before it was cool and before it was a hashtag. We're celebrating 30 years right here in the city of Memphis. And so all things Juneteenth, you'll go to memphisjuneteenth.com. And listen, you'll see all the things that we're doing, that I'm leading as the president of the Memphis Juneteenth Festival and everything. But also you'll see all the amazing people that's in our city that's doing great things for Memphis Juneteenth and all around our city. So you can find all the activities in one place. So if you have an event and we don't know about it, just shoot us an email, shoot us a link so that we can add you to the Memphis Juneteenth website so that everybody will know how to celebrate Juneteenth all month long. And so, Andrew, that's why I'm so excited. You know, our mayor, Mayor Harris and Mayor Strickland, they are so amazing leaders that they wanted to make sure that, you know, the whole world looks at our Juneteenth. You know, we have so many amazing publications all over the world that we was named last year one of the top 8 cities. So 1 out of the 8 cities and all around the world. And we were in that number. And I was very excited and proud to be the face of Memphis Juneteenth to say, hey, y'all, we're doing it, y'all. We do it really good right here in the Bluff City. And we're just excited that so many people are looking at Memphis and looking at all the great things that we're doing. And we want to continue for them to look and see how that we're all working together as one to celebrate Juneteenth this year.
I mean, 30 years, you know, it's now cool, hip, and trendy, but we've been doing this for 3 decades. And so that's another source of pride for so many people. Doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter where you're from. You can come and celebrate with Talisa Franklin and everybody else Juneteenth, all month long in June. I love it, Talisa. I love when you talk about it each and every year. Thanks again for all that you do. I appreciate the rundown of events you got going on this weekend and beyond. We appreciate you, Talisa Franklin.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a new report on public health emergency preparedness, and it finds that less than half of U.S. states are considered highly prepared. It's kind of disturbing to hear some of these findings from this new report. Let's bring in Dr. Nadine Gracia. She's president and CEO of Trust for America's Health. Dr. Gracia, good morning to you. Let's talk about some of the key findings of this report here. My understanding is it's called Ready or Not Report. Tell me about it.
Yes, Trust for America's Health, we are releasing our annual Ready or Not report, which really assesses our nation's level of preparedness for infectious disease outbreaks, bioterrorism, and natural disasters. It also looks specifically at state level preparedness. And what we found in this year's report gives us actionable data to help policymakers at all levels, federal, state, and local, to be able to take steps to continue to improve their emergency preparedness. In this year's report, 19 states and the District of Columbia were in the high performance tier, 16 states in the middle performance tier, and 15 states in the low performance tier.
So, Dr. Gracia, we broadcast to West Tennessee, North Mississippi, and Eastern Arkansas. Tell me how this Mid-South area did in this report.
Yeah, so what we saw in specifically for Tennessee is that this year, it was in the low performance tier. It actually fell from the middle performance tier to the low performance tier this year. When we look at strengths for the state, one is that it has plans in place to be able to expand its healthcare capacity during times of emergency, as we've seen how hospitals have been stretched, for example, during the pandemic to be able to respond to the emergency. It also has plans in place, for example, around expanding its public health laboratory capacity. But some opportunities for improvement include one, the level of public health funding in state public health. And we've seen actually a decline and a decrease in state public health funding, as well as the opportunity for public health accreditation. Any state, even if they're high performing states, really have opportunities for improvement. We've seen that in the state of Mississippi, where they are in the high performance tier. And so there's opportunities really across the board in addressing both healthcare readiness as well as strengthening the public health system.
So tell me more about the criteria involved in this study where you're able to determine low, middle, and high state readiness or preparedness.
Yeah, so the report looks at 10 indicators that are closely associated to public health preparedness. Factors like being able to have plans in place to expand your healthcare capacity during times of an emergency, so that hospitals, health systems, for example, are able to have nurses that can come from other states, for example, to be able to help support the healthcare needs in that specific state. It looks at plans in place of the public health laboratories to be able to surge their capacity in testing during times of emergency. It also looks at factors like level of public health funding in the state, as well as issues such as paid time off. The number of employed individuals who are using paid time off. We've seen in the COVID-19 pandemic how critical that is if someone is ill or needs to take care of a family member, having access, for example, to paid time off to be able to stay home and not, for example, coming to work where they might actually then spread an infection such as COVID-19. It also looks at accreditation, which either public health and emergency management accreditation, which really helps to assess the strengths and weaknesses of departments at that level and be able to have quality improvement to strengthen those areas and opportunities for improvement. It also looks at hospital quality as well and ratings of hospitals within the states.
I was just going to ask Dr. Gracia, these recommendations in this new report, is it going to be sent to some of the state leaders across various states, all 50 states, to talk about where they're strong, where they're weak, where they need to continue to work to be 100% prepared for any kind of health emergency?
Yeah, you raise a critical point, Andrew, which is the role that this report and the data and recommendations can have for policymakers at all levels, Congress, as well as at the state and local level, to be able to take concrete actions that can help to strengthen public health preparedness. So indeed, we share this report broadly, certainly with congressional offices. We share it with state health officials and other state partners to be able to use this as a guide and understanding that it's a checklist to be able to serve as a guide, to be able to strengthen opportunities for improving public health preparedness. One is a key area is strengthening the investment in funding and resources for the public health system. Public health has been chronically underfunded for decades. There's also a severe workforce shortage as it relates to public health. It's estimated that we need about 80,000 full-time equivalent positions for state and local health departments to just even be able to meet the basic public health services. So these are some of the steps that policymakers at all levels, including the state and local level, can be taking to strengthen our nation's preparedness.
We have thousands of viewers who join us each and every day on the digital desk, and perhaps they're watching this wondering what they could do specifically to prepare themselves and their family for any kind of emergency. Is there anything that they can do right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. And one is always certainly to follow public health guidance, out of the local and state health departments as it relates to being prepared for and when there is an actual emergency, following that evidence-based, science-based information with regards to the response to that emergency, whether it's to an infectious disease outbreak or if there's been some type of weather-related emergency. One of our indicators is also about vaccination and specifically seasonal flu vaccines. As a nation, we are underperforming as it relates to our national targets of having 70% of the population that is vaccinated against flu. So there's every year getting that flu shot for people that are 6 months and older is a concrete way that you can also take steps to improve our nation's preparedness and your local community's preparedness as well.
Okay, President, CEO of Trust for America's Health, Dr. Nadine Gracia, we appreciate your time. Thank you for the conversation this morning.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate the opportunity.
Well, we're starting the day off on a mild note. It's less humid out there as we go through the day today. We're expecting temperatures only in the 70s to near 80. But here's what we're looking at as we go through the end of the week and into the weekend. Dry conditions for the most part until this next system arrives. This is a pretty strong front that's going to bring a round of showers and storms. This is by 7 p.m. on Friday. Some of those storms could be strong with gusty wind or hail. They're going to move through quickly Friday night and set the stage for a fantastic weekend. In fact, we're looking at temperatures that will only hit the 70s. Lows at night could be in the 50s. So cool nights and pleasant days and very low humidity. Let's take you through Futurecast, though, as we go through this afternoon and evening. A lot of cloud cover out there for the first half of the day, so those clouds could linger at times. Temperatures only in the 70s at noon. There still could be a passing downpour portions of North Mississippi, especially along Highway 278. Now, the sun will break out in parts of West Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas later today, and that could push your temperatures up toward 80 degrees, so a little warmer maybe north of I-40. Then as we go into tonight, tomorrow morning, nice and comfortable, low to mid 60s, just a few clouds. There still could be a stray downpour somewhere here in Northeast Mississippi tomorrow, but most areas will stay dry with a partly cloudy to mostly sunny sky. This afternoon, 80. Again, those clouds lingering early, a northeast breeze at 5 to 10. That's what's going to help make it feel pretty good out there. Let's talk about Memphis in May, the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest in full swing as we go through today and through the end of the week. Temperatures will be in the 80-degree range, maybe up to 84 tomorrow, but still not too humid. Now, it will be a little more muggy Friday. You'll notice it during the afternoon hours, probably a little breezy. Evening rain and storms possible, so that could impact those that are participating in the event, especially those that are smoking and getting ready for the big competition. Saturday, the award ceremony should be high and dry with temperatures right around 77 degrees. And for those going to the Showboats game, well, I'm not going to rule out a stray shower in the morning. It could be out there, but for the most part, we're looking at a mix of sun and clouds and temperatures in the 70s, so it looks good for that. The rest of the weekend forecast, man, those are fantastic May temperatures with highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, so a little on the cool side as we go into Saturday and Sunday night, and then warming back up in the First Alert 7-day forecast into the low to mid 80s by Monday and Tuesday of next week. Our biggest rain chance is actually going to come Friday night, so after we get into the nighttime hours especially, there could be some storms out there.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking since Sunday, I would say. Sunday, we got word, at least I did, when I looked at my phone Sunday morning before I went to church, and I saw something that I thought was maybe a replay of what we saw 2 months ago. Ja Morant in an Instagram live video holding a gun, and this time he was a passenger in a car. Well, immediately he was trending on Twitter, trending on social media. The Grizzlies organization suspended him. He released a statement last night. The commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, he weighed in on it. He was simply disappointed, he said. And right now there's just so many moving parts. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of sadness and disappointment. And I want to talk more clarity about this issue, what it means, what the future is going to be, with my friend, our sports director at Action News 5, Doc Holliday, joining us on the digital desk. Doc, it's always great to talk to you, always great to see you. Give me your first response once you saw that video Sunday morning. What went through your head?
Well, first of all, Andrew, your producer, Amanda, man, thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. My team, my Action News 5 team. My initial response was, I was shocked. I was surprised. I was kind of taken aback. Like I said, my guy, Jay Williams, sent me a text, and I didn't get it till I woke up Sunday a.m., headed to the barbershop, and he was like, "Hey, Doc, what's up with your boy, man? He got another video." So I'm looking at my phone, I'm trying to focus my eyes and wake up. And I'm like, I know Ja hadn't posted another video doing it. And when I saw it, I was really just speechless. It's nothing I really could say. I was speechless. I was disappointed, but I was also understanding, because I immediately took myself back to his age, 23, 33, and I tell my dad or tell somebody I ain't gonna do it again. Then I do it again. They'd be like, "I thought you said you weren't gonna do it again." So I was just shocked and disappointed, and I was speechless. I was, Andrew.
Yeah, likewise, Doc, and I saw some of your videos that you posted outside the barbershop, and then you were going in to the barbershop, and always enjoy your videos, by the way, Doc. Appreciate you putting that out there. So, it's been a few days, and so we're all still trying to wrap our head around what may happen, what may not happen, and looking right now at just kind of formally, okay, what does the Grizzlies organization do now? Does it change up draft strategy? Does it change up what they do next season? What do you think?
Well, they definitely have to, they have to address how they're gonna, go into the season, because they have to be ready for Ja missing some games. I would say at least 15 games, because they gave him 8 this past time. I think anything more than that, seeing that no one was hurt and, he didn't get arrested or anything like that, I think the NBA Players Association will fight back anything longer than that. But no, I think the Grizzlies still need to address what they need to address in the draft. They need a swing. They need a 3-4. They need another big man. They need to focus on that. They need a defender. Someone who wants to go out there and play a role and be a part of these pieces, because Ja's going to be here at least for the next 5 years. His new contract kicks in at the beginning, starting next season. So I think they need their draft principle and draft strategy need to be the same before this situation even happened, because Ja's going to be here and they just still need to add pieces to go with him and go around him.
How do we fix this, Doc? I mean, you know, here's a situation. So many people have weighed in, a lot of people locally here in Memphis and the Mid-South trying to figure out exactly how to fix this because, as you mentioned, you know, he is 23, but here he is blessed with a $200 million plus contract. He's the face of the organization, the franchise. Many would say he's the face of Memphis right now across the country. He's been given a lot, but also he is subjected to a lot of scrutiny, whether that's fair or unfair. How do we fix him and in turn fix this mess?
I think that's part of the problem. Too many people trying to fix him when a lot of us can't fix ourselves. The only entity to me, because I believe in the Creator, the Most High God, the only entity, power that can fix him is the Creator, the Most High. Just like the Creator is the only one who could fix me. When I was young and making dumb mistakes, everybody projecting all this vitriol and this anger on them. I can understand you being disappointed, but the anger and all the passion that, you know, just disdain that people have for him, it's perplexing to me, because I got to be honest. Young black men, we don't get a chance, and black men, period. We're going to have an honest conversation. We don't have the pleasure or get the opportunity to make multiple mistakes and people forgive us. A lot of time we get one mistake. That's it. Other people, the fact of the matter, get chance after chance after chance after chance. They get forgiven. But us, one mistake, I told you, get him out of here, throw him away. And so many of us get thrown away. So a lot of us be angry. We feel helpless. We feel like we're not worth anything because no one wants to give us chance after chance when we make mistakes like everybody else, but we held to such a higher standard. And not only that, we're living in an environment, in a world where it's a quadruple standard when it comes to us. So we can't fix Ja. God has to fix Ja, and Ja has to look in the mirror himself. And a lot of times that comes with maturity, that comes with time, because it took me a long time to grow up. I was a star athlete thinking I could do anything that I wanted to do because the world was telling me and showing me I can do anything I wanted to do because I got away with it. But once those lights turned off and that celebrity dimmed and the athletic career was over, now you start getting held accountable and having repercussions for things you used to do when nothing used to happen to you. So now you're like, oh, I get in trouble for this? So yeah, he did something 2 months ago. It was caught flashing a gun on Instagram. I ain't gonna do it again. Then he gets caught again 2 months later, and now people ready to throw him away. I'm not gonna do that, because all of us, if God just threw all of us away after we said we weren't gonna do something and did it again over and over and over again, none of us will be here. So we can't ask the Creator for mercy and forgiveness when we're not willing to give it.
Let me ask you this, though. I mean, is it an issue of maturity? Is it an issue that's the wrong friend group? I mean, you deal and you see, T. Morant, his father. You've talked to him plenty of times. I've seen you at Grizzlies games. Always great to see you there. You're in the mix with these folks. And so what is going on when you see a video like that? I know you mentioned he's 23. What else are you seeing?
Well, it's a culture thing. That's what's glamorized in our culture, and that's just the fact of the matter. It's the music, it's the rap life, it's the thug life, it's all those things. That's what's promoted. That's what glamorized, and people think just because Ja is rich, and he's not only he's rich, he's wealthy. Those are two different things. And he's a handsome young man. He has a great personality. He has great career. He has all of that, but he's still a young, impressionable mind. He has a young, impressionable mind. Now, people can disagree with T. Morant's parenting skills as far as that's concerned. I don't operate with my children like that, because my children we're friendly, but you're not my friend. I love you, but if I see you doing something you're not supposed to do, me as a loving parent, just me as a loving person, I'm supposed to pull your coattail. Now I see T with his daughter and his wife taking care of business like a father is supposed to, but I also see him out, with his son, hanging out, kicking it. I wouldn't operate that way. And I think he's learning lessons, and we're all learning lessons. He's learning lessons, just like Josh's learning lessons. So I blame it on, it's a culture thing, and these are things I go discuss to the young people in my community all the time, because there are a lot more people like me. There are a lot more black men and black women like me who are living the right way, being law-abiding, dealing with the inequality of expectations in the workplace and in the world, and just fighting through it. There's plenty more people like me than it is out here living that thug life. But if you watch television, if that's all they show you, you think that's what it's all about. But I know many more of us that's doing what I'm doing, just trying to make a living, live the right way, be respectful, be God-fearing, and take care of their family. So it's a culture thing, and we have to address it amongst one another, and it has to be addressed, but we have to address it and try to clean it up, and that's what I've been trying to do.
You mentioned 15 games, perhaps next season. What about endorsements? Where do you see that fall?
Well, a lot of times when you're dealing with sponsors, Nike, I'm pretty sure they don't like what has happened. But I think I still see Josh shoes selling out as soon as they release them. So a lot of these companies, the money and the currency is the bottom line. I'm pretty sure they're going to have conversations with them. But a lot of companies, and not pointing any companies out, a lot of companies they couple with and they partner with rappers and entertainers who push violence, who push immoral things. They partner with actors and actresses who act in movies, and you be like, oh, that's just entertainment. But it's crazy. So I think, it's going to be a pushback with some of those sponsors, but Nike hadn't said anything. His Ja ones are still selling out. They're still extremely popular. He's extremely popular, and that's why a lot of us are so hard on him because of his popularity and the influence he has on young people. But they still want his shoe. They still want to look like him. They still want to act like him, and that's why we on his head so hard. Like, you may not want to be a role model, but you're a role model. You may not want to be that big influence. You are, because they go together. You're an NBA star, you're an athlete, you're a star athlete, you get the money, you got the platform, so you got to take the responsibility of being a role model. It comes with it, regardless if you want to reject it or not, it comes with it, and expectations come with that, and do's and don'ts come with that.
Grizz Nation's out there, and I know that you're connected so much with Grizz Nation, Doc. I mean, there's, and I mentioned this at the top of our interview, there's anger, there's frustration, there's sadness, all kinds of emotions, a range of emotions. If you were to address Grizz Nation right now, just not sure what to feel. I mean, a lot of people compare this to, a person cheating on you, and then I won't do it again, and then 2 months later they do it again. I won't do it again. I mean, it's statement. People are like, well, that's a nice statement, but it's words, not actions. What do you say to Grizz Nation?
Love them. Put your arms around them. Do you really love them? Do you really care about him? Do you really care about his well-being? Do you really care about he lives the best life possible? Or do you only care about him being there to entertain us and win games for us? Because it's bigger than us. It's bigger than him winning games for us and entertaining us. Yeah, we're mad. A lot of Grizzlies fans are mad because he won't be available for probably a nice little part of the season. So that's going to affect, how we play our wins and losses possibly on the court. So I would ask Grizz Nation, because I know Grizz Nation. Grizz Nation is some very loving and caring people, unlike any fan base in America, because Memphis is very loving and caring and forgiving, because everybody looks at us badly and judges us, and we have to keep proving ourselves to people. So we can't throw one of our children, one of our family members away. I say, you can be mad at them, you can be disappointed. I got 4 children. They've done plenty of things I've been mad at and disappointed, but at the end of the day, come here, let's get something to eat. Let me give you a hug. kiss, let me give you a kiss on the jaw. Let me show you how much I love you, but I have to rebuke you because open rebuke is better than secret love. So I tell Grizz Nation, he's one of ours. I know the NBA world and the world of putting everything on him and just chunking him and throwing shots at him. While they punching him, we just need to pinch him a little bit because he's our family member. It's just like somebody in our family. You don't just throw him away and let the world have him because the world want to try to devour him. He's one of ours. So let's support him. We can be mad at him. We can be disappointed. We can be upset. So now let's take him at his words. He apologized again. I have a million apologies I've had to apologize. So that's my word to Grizz Nation. Let's continue to be loving and supportive like we are, because when you go to those games, all of us, I don't care your race, I don't care your age, I don't care your ethnicity, we all together pulling for Grizzlies, Grizz Nation, Big Memphis. So I say let's live that and be that like we always had.
I like that, Doc. Finally, last question here. What kind of help, and I know you mentioned his relationship with his faith, but what kind of help beyond that does he need to get through this moment?
He has to be forced to sit down and listen to strong, real conversations. I don't care about your feelings. Like with me, I don't care about anybody's celebrity. I don't care who you are, who you think you are, or how much material wealth you have, or how important people have told you. If I care about you, I'm going to tell you when you're doing wrong and when you're going down the wrong path. Just like people told me when I was doing wrong and I was going down, those are the ones who really love you. So that's what he needs to do. He needs to be set down and have a real strong, powerful, honest conversation. And if I did, I would tell him, look, bro, you got to grow up, dog. You got to grow up quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. If so, don't have any phone. Get off social media, man, for right now. Get off of it. Tell your friends, don't bring no phones around, don't bring no social media around, because you might get back into the habit of doing the things that you do, and it's going to get you in trouble. To you, it may seem harmless. I will sit them down and tell them, this is what it is, man. I don't care about you being mad at me after this. You don't have to speak to me after this. But I'm going to tell you, because I can look back in the past, you can't look into the future. I've seen people on your path, and I see where they went. I get texts from them now. And they were gone for 30 years because of mistakes they made. That's what I would say to them. That's what it needs. You need to sit down and listen, because people have had to sit me down and listen when I didn't want to listen. And I'm like, you know what? Now I'm older. I'm like, man, I'm glad they did it. I stopped dealing with them. I stopped messing with them, but they didn't stop loving me. So that's what needs to happen. That's what he needs to do. He needs to sit down and have a real conversation and be open to somebody that loves him and cares about him, that's going to give him the advice for him to be successful once basketball is over, because this is going to end one day. And your money might be gone, because we blow through money, and you're going to have to enter life. So I want you to be successful when you enter life. When those skills diminish and you got to enter life, I want you to be successful. And I'm going to show you what to do to be successful once you enter life.
He is Doc Holliday, the sports director at Action News 5. We appreciate him each and every day. I always appreciate crossing paths with you, Doc, and thanks so much for coming on the digital desk and sharing your thoughts for a few minutes. We appreciate it, man.
Man, I would come on the digital desk before I go on anything else. Y'all have to act. They got me all over the place on ESPN. I'm on here first. So it's my pleasure, Andrew.
I love it, Doc. I love it. Take care, man.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, May is Mental Health Month. How is your mental health these days? There's always some form of news out there that addresses mental health, especially coming out of the pandemic here, 3 years since the pandemic began. We're always focused a lot more on mental health. In fact, Mental Health America, which is the nation's leading community-based nonprofit, has dedicated to addressing the needs of those living with mental illness, and is encouraging everyone to consider how the world around them affects their mental health, from their neighbors to genetics. Let's talk more about this with the president and CEO of Mental Health America. Schroeder Stribling is joining us on the digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and telling us what apparently you have some data when it comes to mental health in 2022. Really interested in hearing some of your data. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me, and thanks for highlighting this month. So you're correct, May is Mental Health Month. This is a tradition that was started by Mental Health America in 1949, and we look at this as a really great annual reminder and opportunity to check in on our mental health and the mental health and well-being of our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. And in conjunction with the start of Mental Health Month, we have released a report today that talks about the data from our National Prevention and Screening Program, which was launched in 2014. So about 6.3 million people came to take a self-test and check in on their mental health in 2022. And the results that we got were concerning, especially with regard to youth. They're consistent with what we've seen before, but they really tell us a great deal about who's in the most distress, and they draw our attention especially to folks who are 24 years and younger.
Schroeder, you know, I have two older teenagers, and they constantly tell me a couple of things. They tell me that social media and the phone devices, smartphones, whatever, tablets, they seem to be, when it comes to mental health issues and things that distract or hurt their mental health, those two issues, social media and screens or devices like an iPhone or any kind of smartphone, really hurt. Based upon your research and whether it's this survey and others, is that what you're seeing?
You are absolutely right that there's a lot of conversation about what is the role of social media in the youth mental health crisis. And no doubt there is a correlation. And so I think your kids are right, and they're insightful to know that the social media and technology is having an effect on their mental health. One of the things that we do know is that about, as I mentioned, about 3/4 of those 6.3 million screeners were youth. And the most popular screen that people take is for depression. Anxiety comes next. And about half of the youth who took a screen for depression reported that they were having frequent thoughts of suicide. So that gives us a sense of the degree of the problem. And then when you ask people, what are the reasons for their distress? The three most popular answers given, and remember this is largely from young people, are concerns about body image, self-image, and relationships. And when we think about social media, certainly those issues of body image and self-image and relationships are all impacted by social media, which is mediating a lot of those relationships and which is giving youth a lot of sometimes distressing feedback about their self-image or their self-worth or their body image. So I think it is definitely one of the contributing factors and something for us to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a major contributing factor for sure. It's really interesting to hear some of that data coming from your screening data, Mental Health America. I understand that housing stability and home environment also plays a pretty large part of our mental health role. Explain that to me.
Yes, so each year we choose a theme for Mental Health Month. And this year our theme is Look Around and Look Within. So in addition to this being a reminder for folks to check in on their own mental health, it's a reminder to think about how the natural and built environments around us are affecting our mental health. Now, there are some things that we have greater control over than others. Housing stability, sometimes we have greater control over that, but safety in the home, health in the home, where we can make positive changes, we want to encourage people to do that. So as we do every year for Mental Health Month, we've published a toolkit, and this year's toolkit is about looking around and looking within, helps people understand how they can get to that screening, take a self-test, check in on their own mental health, but also what they can do with the natural environment around them. And that could be as simple as changing the setup up of the room that you live in or the apartment where you are, or spending time outside. And outside doesn't mean necessarily that you have to get to a national park. It might just mean that you're able to spend a little bit of outdoor time. For instance, I grew up in a small apartment in New York City, and there was a little tiny porch that we had, but it allowed for some outdoor time. So that's important to people's mental health. And those are the kind of tips and tricks that you'll find in our toolkit for this year.
You know, Schroeder, you stole my question there, because I was talking about Mother Nature with my kids, and they always love, whether it's a bike ride, going to a park. In Memphis, we have one of the largest urban parks in America. It's Shelby Farms Park. But our surrounding areas, there's tons of parks where people go and they can just walk and connect with nature and get, I guess, a clearer mind, just kind of just get away from the hustle and bustle of whether they're connected on a device or in classrooms or various settings, work, what have you. Having that Mother Nature connection can, I would think, really clear the mind a lot. Is that what you're seeing in some of your research? And what else are you seeing, ways that people can find maybe some good habits?
Well, you've really put your finger on something very important. Outside time and getting outdoors is enormously important to our mental health. There's lots of research that tells us. And once again, this does not have to be a national park. Just any outdoor time is good for folks. In fact, this May, we are partnered up with LL Bean for a challenge about outdoor time, and we're hoping to get people to log 500,000 hours of time spent outdoors during May. Could be any kind of outdoors, and you can find at our website, mhanational.org, you can find more information about our LL Bean challenge to spend time outdoors. Pardon me. So that's enormously important. The other thing that I would recommend is that we have a new book out in addition to our May Mental Health Toolkit. And our book is called Where to Start. And the title really says it all. It's about how to start thinking about mental health and mental health in your own life, how to be aware of what supports you best in your own mental health, and how to attend to our well-being, as well as checking in on that of our loved ones and family members and others.
You and I are on the same wavelength here, because my question now is, and I don't want to give the book away, but if there were, let's say, 3 bullet points about where people can begin, and we've already mentioned, you know, clearing your mind, going on a walk or somewhere, maybe in a park or something like that. If you were to give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to start bettering your mental health, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, where would you start with those 3 bullet points?
Well, the first, I think, and the most important is to get informed, is to get information. So just like we would about our bodily and our physical health, we need information so that we can take care of our mental health. And we need to know how we can check in on our mental health. So you can find a lot of information about mental health in general at our website, mhanational.org, or in the book. But the other thing that you can find is a link to our National Prevention and Screening Program. And that's the program where the free and anonymous platform that I mentioned before, where people can take any one of 11 validated tests, self-tests, to get more insight about how they're doing and to learn a little bit about their own mental health. So I think those are the most important things to start with. And then the last thing I would mention is to intervene or take action early. If you have signs of distress for yourself, if you're noticing changes in your mood, your appetite, your sleeping, your behavior that are concerning to you, get help early. So starting might be about taking a mental health test or screening, might also be about talking to a trusted loved one or sharing with someone, a therapist perhaps, how you're feeling, to see about getting help. So getting help early. And if you do find yourself in crisis, very important to know that we have a new resource. It's about a year old now, 988. For anyone who doesn't know about this new number, you can call or text 988 for a mental health crisis. And the goal is to have a mental health response to a mental health crisis. So that's another important resource that we like to get out during this Awareness Month.
Schroeder Stribling with Mental Health Awareness, or Mental Health America, the president and CEO. Really appreciate our conversation, and I think we really helped people kind of address this issue and help them if they need help out there, and just really kind of being in the know when it comes to what to do and some of the problems. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter. And then join us for the Action News 5 Digital Desk Thursday edition. We start earlier now. We go from 7 to 11 each and every weekday morning right here. See you then.